Good morning. So, today we'll be having a summary session. Uh, we'll be covering most of the topics. Okay, most of the important topics. Uh, First, let us. Okay. So I hope you have completed all the videos. Okay, if you have not completed, just okay. This is only the summary part. But if you want to answer the case study and all, okay, you have to again go to the videos. Okay, this is only for the people who have already completed the videos, and it's just like a revision type of class. Okay, so what exactly we'll be covering and how much duration the class will be. So we'll be covering maximum all the topics, okay, which are important and which are required in the examination. And we'll be seeing few case studies, not an enlarged way, but okay, only a few case studies which will be seeing in the starting of the session. Okay, so that's it from my side. So let us start. Okay, so I hope I'm audible, right? Am I audible? Okay, so let us start. Okay, so because it will be a very long session. Okay, so what we do is like every 1 hour or 1 hour 15 minutes we'll take a break for 10 minutes. Okay, and we'll continue further. Okay, so let us start. So I told you like okay, let us start with a case study first. Okay, so I just want to give you an experience how these particular case studies will be. So I have prepared few case studies. Okay, answers will not be discussing right now. Okay, first see the case study and put your answer in your comments. Okay, and the entire answers will be discussing at the end of this particular session. Okay, so basically just see this particular case study and see whether you can able to find out the answer for this particular case studies. Just see, I just want to give you an experience of how exactly these case studies will be prepared. So let us start. So we'll start with chapter 3 case studies. Okay, so chapter 3 telecommunication networks. Okay, so please read this particular case study, and okay, I'll give you like 2 or 3 minutes time. Okay, find out okay solution. If you are if you if you have identified the solution, please please send that particular answer. What exactly okay is the answer for that particular case study? I don't require lines together. Okay, what exactly is asking? Okay, that one word. Okay, I would be requiring. So let us start with first case study. So please read the case study. I'll give you 2 minutes. Read the case study. Okay, I hope my webcam should not be there. Yeah. Okay, don't mind the grammar. Okay, so just see the concept and try to find out the answer. So, what exactly is the answer? You can just okay, put it in the comment section. So please participate. Okay, so I don't want this particular session to be okay like a monotonous. Okay, so please participate. Okay, whether you can whether it is wrong or right, irrespective, sir. Okay, just I want you to find out these particular answers, and I just want to give you an experience of this case study. So let us discuss the answers after some time. But okay, let us first okay answer this particular question. Okay, so shall we go to the second one? Okay, I'll not discuss the answers right now, but okay, I just want to discuss after this session. But okay, shall we go to the second one? Okay, now let us okay go to the second case study. So I hope okay, so you got the answer or not? Hmm. Okay, so let's see. Shall we go to the third one? Shall we go to the third one? Okay, now let us move to the third one. So Oh, okay. So, what is the answer for third one? Mm-hmm. Okay. So, others. Third one answer. Others. Okay. So, let us see the fourth one. Okay. Let us see the fourth question, fourth case study. Now, let us move to a last case study. Okay, so what is the last answer, sir? Anyone? Mm-hmm. Okay, so this is how the case studies will be, sir. Okay, okay, if you ask me whether you're right or wrong, okay, so out of five, okay, most of you are correct in three, okay, and wrong in two, okay, and in two also few people are wrong, not all. Okay, so this is how the case studies will be. So let us okay, start our session. Okay, so let us start. Okay, so the answers we'll discuss at the end of the session. Okay, so right now, okay, so don't worry, if at all you are wrong, don't worry. So by the end of this particular session, you can able to answer this particular case studies. And okay, so let us start with okay, a revision session. Okay, so I hope everybody is having this particular summary table. Okay, so I'll be using this particular summary table, will not be again using a written material. Okay, so we will be taking a topic. Okay, we'll be completing that particular topic. Okay, so this is how it will be. So as I said, it will be a lengthy session. Okay, periodically I'll be giving certain gaps. Okay, like okay, now again we'll be having a gap exactly at 10 o'clock. So I want every one of you to close your written notes. Okay, so don't open any of the books. And second thing, okay, grab a paper, piece of a paper, like two to three papers is sufficient. Okay, so whenever I'm taking the session, whichever point you feel it's important, just scribble it. Okay, it will help you out. Okay, in jotting the points and or okay, writing certain case studies or MCQs, etc. Okay, so please don't open your written notes or study material, nothing. Okay, so please close all that particular written notes and study material, etc. So please concentrate. Here will be completing the summary part. Okay, will not be going into the depth of the topic. Okay, but we'll be seeing what exactly is that particular concept is. Okay, now shall we start? Okay. Okay. So let us start with okay, telecommunication networks. Okay. So what do you mean by a telecommunication network? This is the first topic which we are going to read, okay, which we are going to study. So what do you mean by telecommunication networks? So telecommunication networks is nothing but it consists of a set of computers and terminal devices. So what do you mean by set of computers? These set of computers are classified into small scale, okay, medium scale and large scale. And okay, what exactly is a terminal device? Terminal device is nothing but okay, this particular device is required for the purpose of okay, so let us see this particular thing. So what do you mean by telecommunication networks? Telecommunication networks is nothing but it consists of set of computers and terminal devices. So what do you mean by set of computers? These set of computers are okay, classified into small, medium, and large scale. Okay, and terminal devices is nothing but it's a starting or an ending point of a telecommunication network. Okay, so what exactly is a starting or an ending point? Like let us say if at all you take this particular diagram. Okay, if you take this particular diagram, so you have a start point as A and end point as B. Okay, so if you see point A is a computer, point B is a printer. So in this particular telecommunication network, what do you mean by terminal device? It's a starting or an ending point. So point A and point B are called as terminals. Okay. Now, these particular terminal devices are classified into two types. First one is called as an intelligent terminal. Second is called as a dumb terminal. So what do you mean by intelligent terminal? Intelligent terminal is nothing but a terminal or a device which consists of a processor is called as an intelligent terminal. So what do you mean by processor, which we already know? Okay, so what do you mean by processor? Processor is nothing but okay, which carries out instruction is called as, or which runs an instruction is called as an processor. Okay, so if a device does not have a processor, it is called as a dumb terminal. Okay, so this is about telecommunication network. So basically, it's a combination of set of computers and terminal devices. Okay, so we are done with first one. So let us move to the second one. What are the components of telecommunication network? Okay, so basically, if at all you see these particular components, this is the only an introduction topic. Okay, like you have a separate topic of components of telecommunication network separately, where you will be dealing about 5 components, but this is only for the purpose of understanding what exactly a telecommunication network consists of. Okay, so basically a telecommunication network consists of 5 components: sender, receiver, message, transmission medium, and protocol. Okay, so how many things we have, sir? We have 5. First one is sender, second one is receiver, third one is message, fourth one is transmission medium, and fifth one is protocol. Okay, so what do you mean by sender? Sender is nothing but a device which transmits a message is called as sender. What do you mean by receiver? Receiver is nothing but a device which receives a message is called as receiver. What do you mean by message? Message is nothing but the data which a sender wants to transmit, okay, from sender to receiver. And transmission medium is nothing but a path which establish, okay, or which connects both sender and receiver. And last one is called as a protocol. So what do you mean by protocol? Protocol is nothing but it consists of set of rules, okay, which should be agreed by both sender and receiver. So these are 5 components of a telecommunication network. Now if you see any of telecommunication network, you require this particular 5 components. Okay, sender, receiver, message, transmission medium, and protocol. Okay, now let us move to the third one: need and scope of telecommunication network. So this is nothing but advantages of telecommunication networks. How many advantages we have? We have 5 advantages. First one is file sharing, second is resource sharing, third one is remote access, fourth one is fault tolerance, fifth one is database sharing, and sixth one is network access and security. So how many advantages we have in a telecommunication network, or okay, of a telecommunication network? What are the advantages we have? Okay, around 6 advantages. First one is file sharing, second one is resource sharing, third one is remote access, fourth one is fault tolerance, fifth one is database sharing, and last one is internet sharing and security. So what do you mean by file sharing? File sharing is nothing but if at all you have a server, and to the server if at all you connect certain clients, and if there is a sharing and grouping of data files, then it is called as file sharing. That means, okay, if all files are kept on a particular point, that is on the server, and if these particular files are shared among multiple people simultaneously, then it is called as file sharing. Okay, so you can take an example of YouTube, where you have certain videos which will be placed on the YouTube server, so multiple people can access it. Okay, now how can they access these particular files? Using telecommunication networks. Okay, so if at all there is no concept of telecommunication networks, can we able to access these particular files? It is not possible. So what is the first advantage, or what is the first scope of a telecommunication network? First one is file sharing. What do you mean by file sharing? It is nothing but sharing and grouping of data files. Okay, so that we can share these particular data files over a telecommunication network. Okay, now what is the second, okay, advantage? Second advantage is resource sharing. So what do you mean by resource sharing? Resource sharing is nothing but, okay, if at all you have a telecommunication network, and if at all you have a common network resources. What are common network resources? Like printer, scanner, etc. Okay, now if at all these particular networks are not there, what exactly should happen? Okay, you have to take a particular computer, and for every computer you have to connect a separate printer and scanner. For example, like let us say if at all you have Infosys, let us assume you have 70,000 employees. Okay, then okay, you have to connect 70,000 separate printer and scanner. So what happens if at all I do this particular activity? The cost and maintenance will be increasing. So if I use a telecommunication network, then what will happen? Okay, we can share this particular common resources, so that the cost and maintenance will be reduced. Okay, so that is the second one. What is the second one? Resource sharing. What do you mean by resource sharing? Resource sharing is nothing but sharing of common network resources. Okay, sharing of common network resources is called as resource sharing. Okay, now third one is called as remote access. So what do you mean by remote access? Remote access is nothing but, okay, we have a concept called as work from home. Okay, so what do you mean by work from home? A person will be sitting from, okay, from his home. Okay, he'll be connecting to a private network, okay, or an organization network. Okay, so that particular concept of connecting from a home network to an organization network is called as remote access. Okay, so what do you mean by remote access? Remote access is nothing but, if at all a person from his home, okay, using internet, okay, how he'll be connecting using internet. Now can I call internet as a public network? Yes, okay, internet is also called as a public network. So if a user is connecting, okay, into an organization network, now let us assume this is organization network. Okay, so if at all he is connecting to an organization network using a public network or internet, that is called as remote access. Okay, so there is a small difference between remote access and VPN. Remote access does not provide security, whereas VPN provides security. That is the main difference between remote access and VPN. So how does it provide security? We'll study when we come to VPN. Okay. Now let us move to the next one, fault tolerance. So what do you mean by fault tolerance? Fault tolerance is nothing but maintaining additional resources. Okay, so what do you mean by maintaining additional resources? Maintaining additional resources is nothing but, okay, if one particular resource is not working, we always should have another resource. Okay, it is just like, okay, like if at all you take a car. Okay, so in a car, okay, we'll be having an, okay, Stephanie. So why do we require a Stephanie? Because if one particular tire, okay, is flat, so what exactly we do? We remove that particular flat tire and we use that particular Stephanie. Okay. So what exactly is the concept of this? Okay. It is nothing but a fault tolerance. Okay. So if at all your plan A is not working, so what is your plan B? Okay. So that is called as fault tolerance. Okay. So what do you mean by fault tolerance? Fault tolerance is nothing but, okay, if one particular, like let us assume we have two servers, server 1 and server 2. Okay. So if server 1 is not working, okay, so obviously we should have an additional resource, that is server 2. Okay. So what happens if server 1 is not working? Okay, then server 1 will transfer the entire load to server 2. So server 2 will start processing of data. Okay, so this is about fault tolerance. Okay, next one is called as database sharing. What do you mean by database sharing? Database sharing is nothing but, we have a common database. So we have a common database. If multiple users share this particular common database, then it is called as database sharing. Okay, it is simple. Like let us say if at all you have a in financial software. Okay, now every financial software will be having a database. Okay, now let us assume we have an accounts receivable. Okay, so let us say all the data of accounts receivable will be stored on the database. Okay, so if multiple users wants to access same accounts payable report simultaneously, okay, these particular networks will allow, okay, the database to share these accounts, okay, receivable to the multiple users. That is called as database sharing. So what do you mean by database sharing? Database sharing is nothing but, we have a common database where multiple users can access these particular resources simultaneously. Okay, and last one is called as internet sharing and security. So what do you mean by internet sharing and security? It is nothing but, okay, we can access these particular documents and information using www. So what do you mean by www? Www is nothing but World Wide Web. Okay, so these are 6 advantages of, okay, telecommunication networks. Okay, so let us see. So what are the advantages, sir? Okay, 6 advantages. What do you mean by file sharing? File sharing is nothing but sharing and grouping of certain files over a network is called as file sharing. What do you mean by resource sharing? Resource sharing is nothing but sharing of common network resources so that multiple users can access it. What is the advantage? We can reduce the cost of resources and also we can reduce the maintenance cost. Okay, so what do you mean by remote access? Remote access is nothing but, a person will be accessing, okay, from a remote area. What do you mean by remote area? Other than organization network, any network is called as a remote area. Like home is a remote area. Okay, so a person accessing from a remote area, okay, into an organization network or organization network resources, then it is called as remote access. Okay, so what do you mean by fault tolerance? Fault tolerance is nothing but maintaining additional resources. Okay, if one particular resource is not working, so we should have another resource ready. Okay, so next one is called as database sharing. So what do you mean by database sharing? Database sharing is nothing but, we have a common database and this particular common database will be shared among multiple users. Okay, and last one is called as network access and security. So what do you mean by network access and security? Network access and security is nothing but, Okay, so using www we can able to access all the information and data, and also it provides security by way of a firewall. Okay, so these are, okay, six advantages of, okay, telecommunication network. So what are the topics which we have completed? Okay, so we have completed the first particular concept, that is called as what do you mean by telecommunication network. We have completed second one, okay, what are the components of telecommunication network, and we have completed need and scope of telecommunication network. Okay, so what are the six advantages of telecommunication network? Like, let us say if at all they ask you, okay, so what are the advantages of telecommunication networks? Okay, so can you tell me what are the advantages of telecommunication network? So what are the advantages of telecommunication network, sir? So advantages we have six, sir. Okay, need and scope advantages. I want you to tell all the advantages without seeing. Okay, I want you to tell without seeing, sir. Okay, so what are the advantages, sir? File sharing, fault tolerance, remote access, internet access and security. Very good. Okay, don't write same. Okay, so you need to tell. Okay, the point of this particular repetition is so that you can remember the side headings here. Okay, the side headings basically plays a major role. Okay, if your side headings are not correct, okay, or if you create your own side headings, okay, at the time when we correct the papers, okay, okay, like we will not see each and every sentence. Okay, by one glance, okay, we can able to assess, okay, whether you have wrote correctly or not. Okay, and the side headings makes a first impression. Okay, if you write the side headings perfectly, then okay, you can maximize your I mean marks. Okay, so please ensure that you are writing the right side headings. Okay, I don't want you to write in the same order, not required, but please write, ensure that you are writing a proper side heading and don't create your own side headings. Okay, it will not help you. Okay, but write your side headings, okay, in whichever order you want, but the concept should be clear. Okay, so very good. So, so we completed three concepts. First one is telecommunication networks. What do you mean by telecommunication network? What are the components of telecommunication network? And okay, we have completed need and scope of telecommunication networks. Okay, so let us see. Okay, the next concept. Okay, classification of telecommunication networks. Let us see the fourth one. Classification of telecommunication networks. So basically, networks are classified into networks are classified into three. Okay, first one is called as an area based classification. First one is area based classification. Second is function based classification. Third one is ownership based classification. So networks are classified into how many types? Networks are classified into three types. First one is area based classification. Second is function based classification. Third one is ownership based classification. Okay. So what do you mean by area based classification? Area based classification is nothing but depending on the geographical area. If at all you are classifying the networks, it is called as area based classification. Okay. So what do you mean by function based classification? Function based classification is nothing but if at all you are, okay, classifying a particular network based on, okay, a component or a parameter called as server. Okay, if a particular network is having a server, it is called as a particular network. If at all a particular network is not having a server, then it is called as, okay, a particular network. Okay, so on what basis, okay, this function based classification will be classified based on the server. Okay, if there is a server, then you call it as a particular network. If at all there is no server, then you call it as an another network. Okay, and last one is an ownership based network. So what do you mean by ownership based network? Okay, whether it is okay maintained by whom, okay, based on that particular parameter, okay, these ownership based classifications are divided. Okay, so classification of networks are divided into three types: area based classification, function based classification, and ownership based classification. Area based classification is nothing but depending on the geographical area, if the networks are classified, it is called as area based classification. So depending on the server parameter, what is the parameter for this particular function based classification? Depending on the server, if okay server is there, we call it as a particular network. If the server is not there, we call it as a particular network. Okay, and depending on the ownership based, okay, like who is maintaining the resources, based on that ownership based is classified. Okay, now let us move to first one, area based classification. So if you see this particular area based classification, area based classification is further divided into three types. First one is local area network, second is metropolitan area network, third one is wide area network. Okay, so area based is further classified into how many types? Three types: local area network, metropolitan area network, wide area network. Okay, so what do you mean by local area network? Local area network is nothing but if a network is used within a limited area, like within the same building or the adjacent building, then that particular type of network is called as a local area network. Okay, so what do you mean by local area network, sir? If at all it is used within a limited area, it is called as a local area network. So what do you mean by metropolitan area network? Metropolitan area network is nothing but if at all you want to connect certain computers, okay, within a city, okay, it is called as a metropolitan area network. So what is the maximum distance this particular metropolitan area network supports? Okay, can anyone tell me what is the maximum distance metropolitan area network supports? It's 40 kilometers. Very good. Okay. So metropolitan area network supports 40 kilometers. Okay. So if the distance is 40 kilometers, then this metropolitan area network will support. Okay. Now finally we have a wide area network. Now this particular wide area network supports okay a very large area. Like if at all you want to connect the computers within a country, or if at all you want to connect the computers okay in a continent, then the wide area networks will be used. Okay. So basically area based classification, how many types we have, sir? Three types: local area network, metropolitan area network, and wide area network. Okay, so if you see these particular diagrams, okay, so classification of telecommunication networks, we have area based, function based, and ownership based. So if you see area based, okay, it is nothing but if this particular network supports only limited area, okay, like within the same building or within adjacent building, building 1 and building 2, if at all you want to connect the computers, then you will be using a local area network. When do we use a metropolitan area network? Metropolitan area networks, okay, will be used, okay, if at all you want to connect the computers within the same city, okay, like let us say you have branch 1, okay, you have branch 2, and how do we connect? Let us assume this is about 35 kilometers, okay. So can I connect this particular computers using a metropolitan area network? Yes, okay. Now it supports the transmission of data and voice. Okay, it supports guided and unguided medium as well. Okay, so we already know what is guided and unguided. Guided is nothing but if at all you have a wire, it is called as guided medium. If you do not have a wire, it is called as an unguided medium. Okay, so what do you mean by wide area network? Wide area network is nothing but this particular wide area network supports connecting of computers within a country or continents. So which technology it uses? It uses a satellite communication or undersea cable. Okay, so what do you mean by satellite communication? It is nothing but okay, if you see ISRO will be sending certain okay satellites into outer space. Okay, so why do they send this particular satellites into outer space? Okay, in order to okay communicate, okay, for the purpose of communication we require this particular satellites, okay, and also undersea cables. Okay, and wide area networks also used for the purpose of it supports both guided and unguided medium. So this is about area based classification, and we have one more question. Okay, this particular question is from practice manual: explain the characteristics of local area network. So basically if you want to write this particular answer, characteristics, basically he uh, named this particular question as a characteristics, but okay, if you ask me whether these are characteristics, no, it is nothing but like how do you connect these particular resources, okay, using local area network. Okay, so that is actually the concept. But anyways, okay, we'll follow what exactly ICS recommended. So explain the characteristics of local area network. So basically, how do you connect this particular local area network? So if you want to connect this particular local area network, we require three things. Okay, so we require an NIC, we require a telecommunication medium, and we require a server. Okay, so what are the three things we require in order to establish a local area network? We require three things. First one is okay NIC. Second one is telecommunication medium, and third one is and server. Okay, so if you see this particular part, okay, so what is NIC? We already know. So what do you mean by NIC, sir? What do you mean by NIC? What do you mean by NIC? So NIC is nothing but network interface card. Okay, so which is required for the purpose of connecting a computer into a computer network. Okay, so if you see this particular computer, so how do we connect a computer PC to a local area network? We require an NIC. So NIC connects okay a computer into a local area network. Okay, and also we require a telecommunication medium. If you see this particular blue line, okay, this is telecommunication medium. Generally, we use either a coaxial cable or a twisted pair for the purpose of connecting a computer into a local area network. So, what is the first component we require, sir? The first component is NIC. Why do we require NIC? NIC is required for the purpose of connecting a personal computer into a local area network. And what is the second component we require? Second component we require is a telecommunication medium. Basically, we use in a local area network coaxial cable or twisted pair. Okay. Now we require an server. What do you mean by NOS here? NOS is nothing but network operating system. So we require a server and network operating system. This server is also again, it also requires an NIC, it also requires a transmission medium. With this, okay, we connect it to LAN. Okay, so this is how we establish a local area network. Okay, so what is the advantage? Okay, do we require a file server or a central controller? Okay, yes. And what is the advantage, sir? We can share the data, information, communication resources, and application software. That is the advantage of okay local area network. So this is about the first one. Okay, that is okay area based classification. So area based classification. Uh, Sorry. So area based classification is divided into three types: local area network, metropolitan area network, and wide area network. And also we are done with characteristics of local area network. Okay. So next one is called as function based classification. So if you see this particular function based classification, okay, it is divided into two types. First one is called as a client server network. Second is called as a peer to peer network. Okay. So what I mean by client server network, okay, we have around 5 topics here. Okay, so we'll study each and every one. Okay, and second one, okay, is peer to peer network. So basically function based classification is classified based on the parameter if the network has a server or not. Okay, now let us say if at all you see take client server network, this client server network consists of a server. That is the reason. Okay, this particular network consists of a server. Now if you take peer to peer network, in peer to peer network will not have a server. Okay, so that is okay a peer to peer network. So if you have a server, it is called as a client server network. If you don't have a server, then it is called as a peer to peer network. Okay, so let us study basically the first concept of client server network. Okay, so basically function based classification. Okay, let us start with the first topic, client server network. Okay, so we have the first topic, explain about client server network. So we have the definitions here. So what do you mean by first client server network? Okay, client server network is nothing but if at all you are connecting a powerful computer to a less powerful computer, it is called as a client server network. Okay, so what do you mean by client server network, sir? If at all a powerful computer is connected to a less powerful computer, it is called as a client server network. So we have a definition. So what is a client server network? If a powerful computer which is connected to a less powerful computer, it is called as a client server network. Okay. The same way we have a definition for a server. So what do you mean by server? Server consists of a single or multiple processors. Okay, generally it consists of multiple processors, but okay, in your study material it is given as a single or multiple processors, so accordingly we'll follow. Okay, so what do you mean by server? Server is nothing but which consists of a single or multiple processors which provides services. So what are the services it provides? It provides computation service, communication service, and database service. Okay, so what do you mean by computation, which we already know? Like, let us say if this particular computer wants to perform or execute an instruction called as add 20 and 30. Okay, so what exactly this computer will do? This computer will send this instruction to the server. Okay, and server will process that particular instruction add 20 comma 30. The result will be 50, and the 50 will be again communicated back to the client. Okay, so this is called as computation. Okay, that means processing. Computation is nothing but processing. That means, okay, the client is sending an instruction, the processor is processing that particular instruction. That is called as a computation service. Second is called as communication service. What do you mean by communication service? That is nothing but the client can able to send the data from the client to server, and also server can send the data from server to client. Okay, so this is called as a communication. Okay, like if at all you take 20 comma 30, now can I call 20 and 30 as data? Yes. Okay, so I can communicate this particular 20 and 30 to the server. That means client is, okay, communicating with the server. Server will process that particular instruction add a 20 comma 30. The 50, the result is communicated back to client. So what exactly it is doing? It is communicating from client to server and back to server to client. Okay, and last one is called as a database service. So what do you mean by database service? We already studied in need and scope of telecommunication networks. Okay, it is nothing but, okay, database sharing. We have a common database on the server, and if this particular common database is shared among multiple users, then it is called as, okay, a database service. And why do we require these three services? For business purpose. Okay, so what do you mean by client server network? If a powerful computer is connected to a less powerful computer, it is called as a client server network. So what is the definition for a server? It is nothing but it consists of a single or multiple processors which provide services such as computation service, communication service, and database service for business purpose. Okay, the same way we have the definition for a client. Okay, so what is a client? A client consists of a single processor, okay, which provides following services. Okay, so if you want to differentiate the processor, I mean server and, okay, client will be having multiple processors, whereas, okay, sorry, server will be having a multiple processors, whereas client will be having a single processor. Okay, again this particular client also provides certain services. What are the services it provides? Presentation service, communication service, and database service. Okay, so what is the difference between server and client? Okay, only one service, sir. Okay, server can provide a computation service, whereas client can provide a presentation services. Okay, so what do you mean by presentation service? It is nothing but it presents the data to the user. Okay, like let us say, okay, I said add 20 and 30. Okay, server will process that particular instruction, and 50 will be appearing on the client screen. Okay, so what exactly it is doing? The client is presenting the data to the user. Okay, so that is called as a presentation service. So we already know communication service, that the client can communicate with the server. We already know database service. Okay, so these three services, if at all it is present, if at all it is provided for business purpose, then it is called as a client. Okay, so we studied the definition of a server, we studied the definition of a we studied the definition of client server network, we studied the definition of a server, we studied the definition of a client. Okay, now these particular clients are classified into three types. Okay, so how many types of clients we have, sir? Three types. First one is called as fat client or thick client. Second is called as thin client. Third one is called as hybrid client. Okay, so what do you mean by fat client? Fat client is nothing but if the processing is done by the client itself, it is called as, okay, fat client. Simple. If add 20 and 30 is processed by the client itself, okay, if at all this particular computer is, okay, doing the processing, then it is called as a fat client. Okay, now what do you mean by thin client? If the processing is done by the server, that means add 20 comma 30, if it is done by the server, then it is called as an thin client. What do you mean by hybrid client? Hybrid client is nothing but if the processing is done by the, okay, client, okay, but the data storage will be on the server, that is called as an hybrid client. So this is about, okay, client server network. Okay, so what do you mean by client server network? So client server network is nothing but we need to write the definition of client server network. We need to write the definition of server. We need to write the definition of client, and okay, based on the marks, okay, explain different types of clients. Like let us say if at all they are asking only for 4 marks, just explain okay what is the definition for client server network, definition for server, definition for client. Don't write types of clients, not required. If at all they are asking for 6 marks, then write definition of client server network, write definition of server, write definition of client, and also explain okay different types of clients. Okay, so please ensure okay writing the answer depending on the marks. Okay, don't just write because you know the answer. Okay, because time is also a crucial thing. Okay, so this is about the first topic in client server network. Okay, now we have second topic, function based classification. Okay, so we'll take a break for 10 minutes. Okay, and we'll continue. Okay, so we'll take a break for 10 minutes, sir. Okay, and we'll continue. Now, am I audible? Am I audible? Okay. So let us see. Okay. So what I was telling is like first, okay, we have telecommunication networks classification. First one we have area based classification. Second is function based classification. In function based we have two types: client server network and peer to peer network. So client server network is further divided into, okay, certain topics. Okay, so we are done with what is a client server network. Now let us move to the second topic, working of client server network. So let us see what is working of client server network. Client server network is nothing but like if at all you see this particular network, okay, let us take, okay, let us classify into three layers. Okay, first is called as a server layer, second is called as a middleware or network layer, and third one is called as a client layer. So this is client layer. So basically if you see this particular uh, working of client server network, basically we have three layers. First one is server, second is middleware, and third one is client. Okay, so what is a server? Okay, so how exactly this particular client will send a request, etc. That we'll study in this particular topic. Okay, so client, what exactly it will do? Whenever a client is sending a request, okay, what exactly a server will do? As it is an advanced computer, okay. So what do you mean by advanced computer? It is nothing but, okay, if at all a server consists of more than one processor, it is called as an advanced server. Okay, we already studied the definition of a server. So what do you mean by server? Server is nothing but if at all it consists of multiple processors, then it is called as a server. Okay. So whenever a client is requesting something, okay, like let us say the client wants to access the printer. Okay. So what exactly a server will do? A big server, as it is an advanced computer, it will perform a concept called as validation. So what do you mean by validation? Validation is nothing but verification of the client. Okay. So what do you mean by validation? Validation is nothing but verification of a client. What do you mean by verification of a client? Before a client is provided access to the printer, it is the responsibility of the server to check whether the client is an authenticated user or not. So what do you mean by authenticated user? Like, okay, how it will check whether the client is an authenticated user or not? Based on user ID and password. If the client provides a proper user ID and password or correct user ID and password, then, okay, the server will verify the user ID and password. If the user ID and password is correct, then, okay, it will allow. Is not correct, then it will not allow the client to access any of the network resources. That is called as validation. So what do you mean by validation? Validation is nothing but verification of a client. How does a server verify the client? Based on the user IDs and password provided by the user. Okay, so it takes the user ID and password, it has a file, okay, where it will compare the user ID and password. If the user ID and password is correct, then it will allow, okay, a particular user to access any of the network resources. Okay, so that is called as validation. So we are done with the first layer. So what is the second layer? This is very very important for a short answer. Okay, sometimes, okay, in previous question papers also they ask this particular question: what do you mean by middleware or network layer? So what do you mean by middleware or network layer? Middleware is nothing but which connects client and server together. So if you see the between, okay, between client and server, okay, you have these particular lines. Okay, these lines is nothing but telecommunication network. Okay, so how do you connect a server and a client together using telecommunication network? So what do you mean by middleware? Middleware is nothing but it connects both client and server together. And how many services it provides? It provides around five services. Okay, so how many services it provides, sir? It provides five services. First one is called as a directory service, second is queuing service, third one is communication service, fourth one is database service, and fifth one is print service. Okay, so what do you mean by directory service? Directory service is nothing but, okay, just like a telephone directory. Okay, if you see a telephone directory, you have a name and phone number of a person. Okay, so if at all you know the name of a person, you can search the phone number. So if you know the number of a person, you can find the name of a person. Okay, the same way here we have a directory where it consists of the name of the server and its IP address. So why do we require this particular directory service? Because it is not possible humanly, okay, to remember all the addresses of the server. Now let us imagine, okay, you don't have an URL gmail.com, okay, you have to remember the IP address. Let us say the IP address is, let us assume, okay, let us say Gmail IP address is 192.3.2.1, okay. So if I give you 100 IP addresses, can you remember the 100 IP addresses numbers? It is not possible, okay. So that is the reason we maintain this particular directory service, where it consists of the domain name. Here name means domain name, okay, or URL, okay. So like facebook.com, gmail.com, etc., okay. It has the name of the particular server and its corresponding IP address. That means whenever you are typing www.gmail.com, so what happens internally, the server will go to that particular directory. It will, okay, go to that particular name, like FB. Let us assume client has used www.fb.com. So what exactly server will do? Server will go to this particular directory. It goes to the, okay, name fb.com. It takes the corresponding IP address and it connects to the particular server, okay. So that is the reason we require this particular directory service, because it is not humanly possible to remember all the IP addresses. We maintain a directory. Second one is queuing service. So what do you mean by queuing service? Like let us say if you have multiple, okay, clients, okay. If you have multiple clients and multiple clients wants to access the printer at the same time, okay, so we cannot provide the access to the printer at the same time. So what do? We maintain a queue, okay, like C1, C2, C3. Let us say this is client 1, this is client 2, this is client 3, okay. So if three clients wants to access the printer at the same time, we cannot provide access to three users to access the printer at the same time. So what do? We maintain a queue. What do you mean by queue? Standing in a line, okay. So what is the algorithm we maintain? We maintain an algorithm called as FIFO. What is FIFO? First in and first out, okay. That means whoever comes first, okay, he'll go first and he'll use the printer. Once that service is completed, client 2 will go. Once his service is completed, client 3 will go, okay. So that is called as queuing service. And the other services like communication service, we already know. Client can send the data to the server and server can send the data back to client, okay. We already know database service, print service also we already know, okay. So these are the five services, okay, a middleware will provide. And what is a client? A client is nothing but always the request will be generated, okay, by the client itself, okay. Please remember, in client server network, who will initiate a particular request? Always the client will initiate a request. So this is about working of client server network, okay. So you should be, okay, very careful at the time of reading the question. So if at all they ask you, okay, like if you see this particular question, explain about client server network, okay. So if you see the second question, explain working of client server network, okay. So basically if we give this particular question, okay, people will often get confused, okay. So you need to remember working means, okay, you need to write how exactly client will send the request, what is validation, what do you mean by middleware, what are the services it provides. If at all working is not there, you need to write the definition of client server network, definition of server, definition of client, and types of clients, okay. So you need to ensure that, okay, you need to read each and every word before answering this particular question, okay. So this is the second topic in client server network. Now let us move to the third topic. So what are the functions, okay. So what are, okay, the characteristics? Explain the characteristics of client server network, okay. So we have five characteristics basically. First one is called as service. Second is shared resources. Third one is data integrity. Fourth one is mix and match, and last one is scalability, okay. So how many services we have? How many characteristics we have, sir? Five. Service, shared resources, data integrity, mix and match, and scalability. So what do you mean by service? Service is nothing but, okay, this client server network consists of a service provider and service receiver, okay. So what do you mean by service provider and service receiver? If you see this particular client server network, okay, so if you see this particular network, you have a service provider. Who is service provider? Server is always a service provider. Who is service receiver? Client is always a service receiver, okay. Now I told you, okay, in this particular topic, always the request will be, okay, generated by the client itself, okay. So who is generating a request? Client is generating the request, okay. So always the person who is generating a request becomes a service receiver, okay. Now who is providing the service? Server is providing the service. So this is the first characteristic. So what is the first characteristic, sir? Service. What do you mean by service? Service is nothing but client server network consists of service provider and service receiver. Who is service provider? Server is called as service provider. Who is service receiver? Client is called as service receiver. Now, second one is called as shared resources. What do you mean by shared resources? It is nothing but it allows multiple, it allows multiple users to access the network resources, which we have already studied. Next one is called as data integrity. What do you mean by data integrity? If you maintain the entire data at one place, okay, so that is called as data integrity. Okay, so in client server network, always we maintain the data on the server. Okay, so where do we maintain the data? Always the data will be maintained on the server. Okay, so that is called as data integrity. So why do we require to maintain at one place? Because the maintenance of data becomes easy. For example, let us say, okay, you have 100 computers, 100 personal computers. Now you scatter the data, okay, in all 100 computers. If at all you want to take a backup, what do you mean by backup? Taking an additional copy. Okay, I want to take the entire data. Okay, so what I have to do? I have to take a pen drive or external hard disk. I have to go to computer one. I have to connect to computer one and copy the data, like that computer 2, computer 3, 4, 5, and I have to reach up to 100. But here that problem will not be there, because the entire data will be placed on the server. If you want to take a backup, you directly go to the server and connect to the server and take the backup and or pull the data. So that is called as data integrity. Okay, always the data should be maintained at one place. So what happens if you maintain the data at one place? Okay, the maintenance of data becomes very easy. Okay. Next one is called as mix and match. So what do you mean by mix and match? Mix and match is nothing but, okay, client server network should be independent of hardware and software. Okay, so what do you mean by independent of hardware and software? Like let us say server is from IBM company and client is from HP company. Okay. Now the client server network should not say you are from different company, I will not do anything. No. Okay. So irrespective of different hardware, okay, irrespective of different vendors, okay, there should be a communication. Okay. Not only hardware, software also. For example, let us say the server is having a Unix operating system, whereas the client is having a Windows operating system. Then okay, the client server network should not say, okay, the server should not say I am Unix operating system, I am much more advanced than, okay, Windows operating system, I will not talk to you. No. Okay, irrespective of the hardware and software, there should be a communication between client and server. Okay, so irrespective of hardware, irrespective of software, okay, there should be a computation. Okay, that is called as mix and match. And last one is called as scalability. What do you mean by scalability? Okay, you can able to add or remove the resources easily. Okay, it is just like, okay, like take a internet wire. Okay, internet wire. So can how much time you require to connect okay, a internet wire to your PC, sir? It hardly takes seconds. Okay, so you take a wire and push that particular wire into your, okay, desktop or laptop. Okay, then your computer will be connected to the internet. So the same way, if at all you want to connect this particular computers in a client server network, it should be very easy. Okay, whether it is adding or removing, okay, it should be very easy. So these are, okay, 5 characteristics of client server network. So what are the 5 characteristics, sir? Service, shared resources, data integrity, mix and match, and scalability. Okay, so we are done with, okay, the first topic. So what is the first topic we have studied? We have studied first topic, what do you mean by client server network? So what is the second topic we have completed? We have completed working of client server network. Third topic we have completed, okay, explain the characteristics of client server network. Now let us move to the next topic. Okay, what are the basic issues in client server network? Okay, so we have two basic issues. Okay, so first issue is, if the server doesn't work, okay, can a client access the data? No. Okay, so that is the first issue. So what is the first issue? If server goes down or crashes, whether client can access the data? No, it is not possible. Second, okay, simultaneous access to data or network, okay, it takes little time for processing. Okay, because you will be maintaining a queue. Okay, I told you queuing service. Like if at all you see here, like let us say if at all you have 100 clients here, so if 100 clients wants to use the printer, so what happens? Okay, a queue will be maintained and one after other, okay, it provides the service. That means, okay, if multiple requests comes at the same time, the server will take certain time for processing. A perfect example is like whenever your results are announced. Okay, whenever your results are announced, when you type your registration number, etc., when you say submit, okay, it says loading. Why it says loading? because okay, the server has multiple clients to provide service, so it takes little time for processing. So these are two issues of client server network. So what is the first issue? If server is crashed, okay, then client cannot access the data. Second one, if simultaneous access to data, okay, is coming, then it takes little time to process. So these are two issues of client server network. Now let us move to the next topic, multi-tier architecture. So this is basically okay, we need to understand layers. Okay, so how many layers we have, sir? We have three layers. First one is called as a presentation layer, second is called as an application layer or a business layer, and third one is database layer. You have a practice manual question, explain three tiers in three tier architecture. So what are the three layers you have? You have presentation layer, application layer, and database layer. So what do you mean by presentation layer? Presentation layer is nothing but presenting the data to the user is called as presentation layer. For example, like let us say, if at all you take Amazon, okay, if you type www.amazon.com and if you press enter, so what will happen? A request will be generated and the request will be submitted to the server. And what the server will do? Server will send you a web page, okay, so that you can see that web page where okay all the items will be displayed. So what exactly the server of Amazon is doing? It is presenting the data to the user. Okay, that is also called as presentation service. Or if at all you take your exam application form, okay, if you see exam application form, you will be filling the entire details and you press submit. Okay, so what exactly it is doing? Okay, using a web page, okay, it is taking the data. Okay, so that is also called as a presentation service. Okay, so what do you mean by presentation service? Presentation service is nothing but either it displays the data to the user or it collects the data from the user. That is called as presentation service. What is the second one? Second one is called as application layer. So what do you mean by application layer? Application layer is nothing but okay, the data which is there from the presentation layer will be sent to a business layer, and okay, business layer will send the data to the database layer. Okay, so if you see, it acts as a bridge between what and what, sir? Presentation layer and database layer. Okay, it acts as a bridge between presentation layer and database layer. Okay, now what is the language? It's very very important. So let me ask a question. What is the language? Okay, using which a presentation layer will be developed? Anyone? What is the language we use to develop a presentation layer? Give one example. What is the language we use for the purpose of developing and presentation layer? Any other answer? Very good. Okay, so HTML is an example, okay, of a language where we use to develop a presentation layer. Okay, so HTML means hypertext markup language. Okay, so hypertext markup language is one language where we use this particular language for the purpose of developing an presentation layer. Perfect. Okay, so we have presentation layer. So what exactly an application layer will do? Application layer will take the data from the presentation layer and it sends the data to the database layer. Okay, so what is the language? Okay, can anyone tell me one example of okay presentation layer language? Which language we use for the purpose of developing a presentation layer? Sorry, not presentation layer, application layer. What is the language we use for the purpose of developing an application layer? What's the language we use for the purpose of developing application layer? Yes, okay, any programming language, it can be C++, Java, .NET, etc. All these particular programming languages are used for the purpose of developing an application layer, okay? And finally, we have a database layer. So why do we require a database layer? Database layer is required for the purpose of storing the data permanently, okay? So how many layers we have? Okay, we have, sir, basically we have presentation layer, application layer, and database layer. Why do we require presentation layer? Presentation layer is required either to collect the data from the user or to present the data to the user. Why do we require an application layer? Application layer is required to take the data from the presentation layer and send the data to the database layer. Why do we require a database layer? Database layer is required for the purpose of storing the data permanently. And what is the language we use for the purpose of developing this particular database? We use a program, we use a language called as DBMS. Okay, what is DBMS? Database management system. Okay, we use a particular software called as database management system. Okay, now if you see this multi-tier architecture, this multi-tier architecture is further divided into three types. First one is called as a one-tier architecture, second is two-tier architecture, third one is three-tier architecture. So what do you mean by one-tier architecture? If a single computer, okay, consists of a presentation layer, business layer or application layer, and database layer, then it is called as a single tier architecture or one tier architecture. The main disadvantage of one tier architecture is it allows only single user and it allows only standalone application. What do you mean by standalone application? That means this particular application can be used only by a single user. Okay, so that is called as a standalone application, or these particular applications cannot be used over an internet. That is also called as a stand alone. Okay, that means it will be on its own. Okay, it will not be sharing with any other person. That is called as a standalone application. Now, does this particular single tier architecture or one tier architecture supports larger applications like ERP, etc.? No, it doesn't support larger applications. It supports only small applications, very small applications. Okay, now what is the problem with this particular single tier architecture? It supports only single user, it supports only small applications. That is the reason we move to two tier architecture. So what do you mean by two tier architecture? In two tier architecture we have a bifurcation. Okay, you have a clear separation between a presentation layer and business layer. Okay, so always the presentation layer in a two tier architecture will be at the client side, and business layer will be at the server side. Okay, so sorry, not business layer, database layer will be at the server side. However, in your study material, business layer is silent, but generally, if you ask me technically where exactly the business layer will be, the business layer will be on the server itself. Okay, so this is about two tier architecture. And three tier architecture, it's a simple one. You have clear separation of all the three layers. Okay, so this three tier architecture is also called as entire architecture also. So please ensure. Okay, so if they ask you what do you mean by entire architecture, don't just come. Okay, they're asking you to write three tier architecture, just write the three tier architecture and come. Okay, so these are three-tier architecture or multi-tier architecture. So how many types we have in multi-tier architecture? One-tier architecture, two-tier architecture, and three-tier architecture. Okay, so these are different types, or these are different topics which we have in client server network. So we are studying classification of telecommunication networks. We are done with area based classification. What are different types of area based classification? Local area network, metropolitan area network, and wide area network. Function based classification divided into two types: client server network and peer to peer network. In client server network we studied what do you mean by client server network? We studied working of client server network. We studied characteristics of client server network. We studied issues of client server network, and also we studied multi-tier architecture in client server network. Okay, so these are different topics which we have in client server network. Okay, now let me ask a question. Okay, so what are the two basic issues of client server network? What are two basic issues in client server network? What are two basic issues of client server network? simultaneous access takes certain time. And if server goes down, okay, so what happens if server goes down? Okay, can a client access the data? No. Okay, so these are two basic issues on client server network. Okay, so what do you mean by client server network? What is the definition of client server network? What is the definition of client server network? What is the definition of client server network? We should use powerful computer, Mallikarjun. Okay, don't write advanced computer, please write powerful computer. That's an appropriate word, that's it. Okay, so yes. Okay, so what do you mean by client server network? If powerful computer is connected to a less powerful computer, it is called as a client server network. Perfect. Okay, so can anyone tell me what do you mean by middleware? What do you mean by middleware? What do you mean by middleware? Ramu, middleware is not an application layer. Okay, so middleware connects client and server together. Okay, so middleware connects clients and server together. Okay, very good. Okay, so middleware connects client and server together. Okay, now can anyone tell me how many categories of clients are there? How many categories of clients we have? Okay, so we have three types of clients. First one is hybrid client. Sorry, first one is thick client. Second is thin client, and third one is hybrid client. Very good. Okay, so very good. Okay, so what do you mean by mix and match? Very good. What do you mean by mix and match? Perfect. Okay. So mix and match is nothing but independent of client server. I mean, independent of hardware and software. Perfect. Okay. So, okay. Perfect. Okay. So, what do you mean by mix and match? Mix and match is nothing but independent. It should be independent of client server network. Perfect. Okay. Okay, so Janardhan, okay, we should not write providing services irrespective of hardware and software. The right word is it should be independent of hardware and software. Okay, you need to write the okay like our study material words. That is the reason. Okay, please write independent of client server networks. That's an right way of answering. Okay, so very good. Okay, so let us move to the next topic. So we are done with area-based classification. We are done with function-based classification. Now let us move to ownership-based classification. So what do you mean by ownership? Based on based on the maintenance of a network, it is classified further into three types: public network, private network, and a virtual private network. So what do you mean by public network? These networks will be maintained by the third party, so that is the reason it is called as a public network. What do you mean by private network? Private network is nothing but these particular networks are maintained by the organization itself. Okay, so that is called as a private network. What do you mean by virtual private network? Virtual private network is equivalent to remote access, where a person from a remote area can connect into a private network, okay, using an public network. Okay, so ownership based classification, how many types we have, sir? We have three types of ownership based classification. So we have three types of ownership based classification. So first one is called as a public network, second is private network, and third one is virtual private network. So what do you mean by public network? These particular networks are maintained by the third party. Okay, what do you mean by private network? Okay, if an organization maintains the network by itself, it is called as a private network. So what do you mean by virtual private network? Virtual private network is nothing but, okay, a user can connect. Okay, if you see this particular diagram, okay, a, an employee, okay, from his home, he uses a public network. Now can I call internet as a public network? Yes. Okay, so using a public network, if at all he is entering into a private network to access the resources, okay, then it is called as a virtual private network. The speciality of virtual private network is, okay, it provides a concept called as security. Okay, because the public networks are not safe. Okay, so this particular virtual private network provides a concept of security by way of encryption and decryption. Okay, so what do you mean by encryption? Encryption is nothing but, now let us say hi, I want to transmit. Hi is considered as a plain text. If I use a mathematical formula plus 3 and I convert, okay, hi to KL. Okay, so A B C D E F G H I J K, A B C D E F G H I J K L. Okay, so what exactly I'm doing? I'm converting a plain text into a cipher, CIPHER, cipher. Okay, so cipher means secret code. Okay, so using this particular conversion, I transmit KL. Now if any person, like any hacker, okay, if any hacker, okay, tries to access this particular data KL, he will not understand anything. So once, okay, this KL is received at the receiving end, so this cipher text, again using a mathematical, okay, formula minus 3, I convert into hi. Okay, so this is called as encryption and decryption. Okay, so what do you mean by virtual private network? Virtual private network is nothing but from a remote area. Okay, if at all you are entering into organization network or a private network using a public network, it's called as a virtual private network. So ownership based classification, it is divided into how many types? Are three types: public network, private network, and virtual private network. Okay, so we are done with ownership based classification as well. So we are done with client server network. We are yet to do peer to peer network. So ownership based classification, it is divided into public network, private network, and virtual private network. Now let us move to, we forgot peer-to-peer network. Now let us see that also. Okay, so peer-to-peer network. So what do you mean by peer-to-peer network, sir? Do we have a server in peer-to-peer network? Do we have a server in peer-to-peer network? Yes or no? Do we have a server in peer-to-peer networks? Do we have a server in peer-to-peer network, sir? No, it doesn't have an server. Okay, okay, no, it does not have a server. Okay, so which is costly? Peer-to-peer network is costly or client server network is costly? Which is costly? Peer-to-peer network is costly or client server networks are costly? Client server networks are costly, sir. Peer-to-peer networks are cheaper. Why it is cheaper? Because it doesn't have a server. Okay, simple. Okay, so client server networks are costly, whereas peer-to-peer networks are not costly because peer-to-peer networks does not have a server. Okay, now which is secure? Peer-to-peer network or client server network? Which is secure? Peer-to-peer networks or client-server network? Which is secure? Peer-to-peer network or private net or client-server network? Peer-to-peer networks are not secure because okay, it does not have a concept of validation, whereas a client-server network has a concept of validation. So which is more secure? Obviously, client-server networks are okay more secure compared to a peer-to-peer network. Perfect, very good. Okay, so if you see this peer-to-peer network, do we have a server? No, we will not have a server. So how do we connect this particular okay clients? Okay, we use a copper wire. Okay, in between we use okay a central controller called as hub. All the computers will be connected using this particular hub. Okay, so if you see this particular peer-to-peer network, it is not dozen, actually it is half dozen. Okay, please make a note of it. In your study material it is given as half dozen, not dozen. Okay, so if you see this particular peer-to-peer network, how do we connect okay computers in a peer-to-peer network? We require a central controller called as hub. To this hub all the computers will be connected. Okay, and where do we use this peer-to-peer network? In very small offices. And what are the examples of peer-to-peer network? Freenet and Napster, okay, are the examples of okay peer-to-peer network. So this is about classification of telecommunication networks. Okay, so we are done with classification. So if you see okay classification, how many types we have, sir? Three types. Okay, area based, function based and ownership based. So area based is further classified into local area network, which we have done, which we are done. Okay, metropolitan area network also completed, wide area network also completed. We completed characteristics of okay LAN also. Okay, so we started function based classification. We completed what do you mean by client server network. Okay, and okay we completed working of client server network. We completed characteristics of client server network. We completed issues of client server network, and also we completed multi-tier architecture. Okay, so multi-tier architecture, you have one tier, two tier and three tier. Okay, so next we completed ownership based classification. That is three types we have: public network, private network and virtual private network. So these are three types of okay ownership based classification. Now let us move to next concept: network computing. Okay, so this is a small concept. So what do you mean by network computing? Network computing is nothing but processing. What do you mean by net processing is nothing but conversion of data into information. Okay, if you have a central location where the processing is done, that is called as centralized computing. If at all you don't have an centralized location, every computer has its own hardware and software resources, it is called as a decentralized computing. Okay, so what do you mean by centralized computing? Centralized computing is nothing but okay centralized computing is nothing but if okay all the network resources and computing or processing is done at a central location, it is called as centralized computing. Like for example, client server network. Like if I want to execute or if I want to run an instruction add 20 comma 30, if the server is processing the data, then it is called as centralized computing. So what do you mean by decentralized computing? Decentralized computing is nothing but if every personal computer is having its own hardware and software resources, then it is called as decentralized computing. So what do you mean by centralized computing? Centralized computing is nothing but if the computing is done at a central location, it is called as centralized computing. What do you mean by decentralized computing? If every personal computer is having its own hardware and software resources, it is called as decentralized computing. Okay, so again, which is costly, centralized computing or decentralized computing? Which is costly, centralized computing or decentralized computing? Very good. Okay. So decentralized is costly because okay, it has to maintain its own hardware and software resources. Okay. Like let us say if at all I want to install Tally in decentralized, let us say I have 100 computers, I have to okay purchase 100 licenses. Okay. So if at all I maintain a client server network, if I want to install a Tally, so I require only one license. So which is costly, sir? Decentralized is costly. Okay. Now which is more secure, centralized or decentralized? Which is more secure, centralized or decentralized? Centralized is more secure compared to decentralized. Very good. Okay. So decentralized is not secured, sir. Okay. Centralized is secured. Okay. So decentralized is not secure. Centralized is secure. Okay. Simple. Centralized consists of a server. If at all a server we have a concept of validation. When we have a validation, it means it has an utmost security. So centralized will be having an utmost security compared to a decentralized. Okay. Decentralized one. Okay. So this is about network computing. Simple. What do you mean by network computing? If the processing is done at a central location, it is called as a centralized computing. If every computer has its own hardware and software resources, then it is called as a decentralized computing. This is about network computing. So we have network topology. So what do you mean by network topology? Network topology is nothing but how do you arrange the computers okay in a network is called as network topology. So what do you mean by network topology? It is nothing but geometrical arrangement of computers and its resources. Okay. So how many types we have? We have four types. First one is called as mesh topology. Second is ring topology. Third one is okay star topology, and last one is bus topology. So we have four types of topologies. First one is mesh topology. Okay. So first one is mesh topology, ring topology, star topology, and bus topology. These are four types of topologies. Okay. So what do you mean by network topology? Topology is nothing but how do you arrange the computers in a telecommunication network for the purpose of communication. Okay, in simpler way, it's nothing but geometrical arrangement of computers and its resources for communication. So why do we require a network? Network is required for communication basically. Okay, so how you have to arrange the computers okay is nothing but network topology. So how many types of network topology we have? We have four types of network topology: mesh topology, ring topology, star topology, and bus topology. Now let us see the first one, mesh topology. So what do you mean by mesh topology? Mesh topology is nothing but in mesh topology, every computer is connected to all other computers in a telecommunication network. That means, like let us say if at all you take A, B, C, D, E, okay. So we have five computers. So what do? We connect each computer to all other computers. That means A is connected to B, A is connected to C, A is connected to D, A is connected to E. The same way, B should be connected to all other computers. Okay. So B should be connected is already connected with A, it has to be connected with C, D, and E. Okay. Simple. Okay. So what do you mean by mesh topology? Mesh topology is nothing but every computer, if at all you are connecting with all other computers in the network, that is called as a mesh topology. Now, is it a powerful network? Yes, it's a very, very powerful, or it is called as a robust network. Why it is considered as a robust network? Because it has a dedicated path. Okay. Like if at all you take every computer, it has a dedicated path. Like let us say if at all I want to transmit the data from A to E, you have a dedicated path. If I want to transmit the data from A to D, you have a dedicated path. Okay, you have a dedicated path to each and everything. Now, because it has a dedicated path, do we call it as a powerful? No. The reason being is like let us say if one path is failed, okay, like let us say I want to transmit the data from A to C. Okay, now do we have a direct connection from A to C? Yes. Okay, but let us assume this A to C connection, okay, link has been broken. Now can I send the message from A to C using other line? Yes. Okay, I can send from A to B, B to C. Okay, or I can send the data from A to E and E to C. Okay, so that is the reason it is called as a robust network, okay, or a powerful network. Why it is called as a powerful network? Because always I have an alternative route for the purpose of transmitting the data to a particular computer. That is the reason it is called as a robust or powerful network. Okay. Now, where do we use this particular network mesh topology? Mesh topology is used in military networks However, it uses a very large infrastructure. Okay. Now, can you tell me, if I want to connect, okay, 15 computers, okay, in a mesh topology, okay, each computer should be connected with how many computers? If I want to connect computers, 15 computers in mesh topology, each computer should be connected to how many computers? Very good. N minus 1. Okay, that is the solution. So, like, let us say if at all I want to connect 15 computers, 15 minus 1. So, each computer should be connected with 14 computers. Okay. If I want to connect 1000 computers, 1000 minus 1. Okay, that is 999. Okay. So, what is the formula? N minus 1? They may give you in a, as an MCQ. Okay. So, in mesh topology, every computer is connected to all other computers. So, if I want to connect 1000 computers, n minus 1, 1000 minus 1, okay, it should be 999. Okay, so very good. So each computer is connected with, okay, 14 other computers. Very good. Okay, so let us move to the second topology. So second topology is called as a ring topology. So in ring topology, how do we connect the computers? In ring topology, every computer is connected to adjacent to two computers. Okay, so how, like, let us say A is connected with B and E. Okay, so how do we connect the computers in a ring topology? In ring topology, every computer is connected with adjacent to computers, and always the data will be flowing in unidirectional. What do you mean by unidirectional? Only in one direction, either, okay, in clockwise direction or in anti-clockwise direction. That's it. Okay, so this is about ring topology. And next is star topology. Star topology is equivalent to peer-to-peer network, where, okay, every computer is connected to a central controller or hub. Okay, why do we require this star topology? For the purpose of transferring files. Okay, now how do we connect the computers in a bus topology? In bus topology, every computer, okay, I mean all the computers will be having a central cable. To the cable, okay, we will be connecting the computers. So these are different types of network topologies. Okay, so what do you mean by network topology? Network topology is nothing but a geometrical arrangement of computers and its resources. How many types of network topology we have? We have four types. First one is mesh topology, second is ring topology, third one is, okay, star topology, and last one is bus topology. Okay, so these are four types of topologies we have. Okay, so we are done with network topology also. Okay, so let me ask a question. Okay, so out of, okay, these four topologies, which topology is centralized computing or centralized computing? Out of four topologies, which one is centralized computing or central computing? Out of four topologies, which one is centralized computing? Very good. Okay, star is called as a centralized. All other three are decentralized. Okay, so please remember this particular thing. It's a very important MCQ. Okay, other three are decentralized, whereas only star is called as a centralized topology. Perfect, very good. Okay, so next we have transmission modes. It's a very small topic. So we are done with, okay, so we are done with network computing. How many types we have? We have two types, centralized and decentralized. We are done with network topology. So how many types we have? Four types: mesh topology, ring topology, star topology, and bus topology. So next is called as transmission modes. Okay, so what do you mean by transmission modes? It is nothing but, okay, it determines what is the what is the direction of flow of data. Okay, so that is called as transmission mode. Okay, so what do you mean by transmission mode? It determines direction of flow of data. Okay, so how many types we have? We have three types. First one is called as simplex, second is half duplex, third one is full duplex. Okay, so what do you mean by simplex? If the direction is only in one way, that means if a computer is transmitting the data to the printer, then it is called as a simplex transmission. Okay, so what do you mean by half duplex transmission? If the direction is in both ways, okay, that means, okay, one person can talk, other person can listen. Okay, once one person is completed, so that the other person can talk. Okay, perfect example is walkie talkie. Okay, so if you see traffic constables, they'll use this particular communication. Okay, walkie talkie, like, okay, one person, traffic constable, will say, okay, tell something, and he'll say over. Okay, so that the other person will talk. Okay, so this type of communication is called as a half duplex transmission. They where, okay, in both the directions the data can be transmitted, but not at the same time. Okay, so what do you mean by full duplex transmission? Full duplex transmission is nothing but the direction will be in two directions. Okay, so at the same time you can communicate. A perfect example is cell phone communication. Okay, so cell phone communication is a perfect example for full duplex transmission. Okay, so with this we are done with transmission modes as well. Okay, so transmission modes, how many types we have? Simplex, half duplex, and full duplex transmission. Okay, now let us move to the next concept, digital data transmission. So what do you mean by digital data transmission? Digital data transmission is nothing but how do you transmit digital data or binary data? What do you mean by binary? 0 and 1s. Okay, so we have two types. First one is called as serial transmission. Second is called as parallel transmission. Okay, so digital data transmission is nothing but how do you transmit, okay, how do you transmit the binary data is called as digital data transmission. How many types of digital data transmission we have? We have two types. First one is called as serial transmission, second is called as parallel transmission. Okay, so let us see what is serial transmission. So digital data transmission, it is nothing but transmission of binary data in a telecommunication network. How many types we have? Two types. First one is called as serial transmission, second is called as parallel transmission. So what do you mean by serial transmission? Okay, you should have only a single wire, okay, and it should transmit only one bit. Okay, so if at all you want to classify a particular network as a serial transmission network, it has to follow two conditions. First one, it should have only a single wire. Second one, it should transmit only one bit. Okay, one bit at a time. Okay, or one bit after another bit. That type of okay network is called as a serial transmission. So basically it has to follow two conditions. Okay, so what do you mean by parallel transmission? Parallel transmission is nothing but you have more than one line, okay, and it can transmit more than one bit. Simple. Okay, so serial transmission, you have a single wire, it can transmit only one bit, whereas in parallel transmission you have more than one wire, you can, okay, transmit more than one bit. It's called as a parallel transmission. So however, this serial transmission is further divided into two types. First one is called as asynchronous transmission, second is called as synchronous transmission. So what do you mean by asynchronous transmission? If at all I want to transmit certain data, I have to divide the data into packets. Okay, why I need to divide the entire data into packets, and why I have to use, when I have to use asynchronous transmission, when I have to use synchronous transmission? It always depends on the speeds of the devices. If the speeds of the devices are different, then you have to use asynchronous transmission. If the speeds of the devices are at same speed, then you have to use synchronous transmission. Okay, so what do you mean by speed? Like, let us say if the sender can transmit 100 bits per second, whereas the receiver can receive only 50 bits per second, that means, okay, the devices are at different speed. What do you mean by synchronous? What do you mean by devices are at the same speed? If, okay, sender can transmit 100 bits per second and receiver can receive 100 bits per second, then it is called as, okay, equal speed. Okay, at that time we have to use synchronous transmission. Okay, so here in asynchronous transmission, what you have to do, because the devices are at different speeds, you have to take the data, divide the data into packets. Okay, so each packet has a standard format. What is the standard format? Okay, it should have a start bit, okay, which is 0, is called as start bit, and it has an end bit which is 1. Okay, so every packet should have a start bit which is 0 and end bit which is 1. Once you transmit a packet, you always have to maintain the gaps. Okay, always you have to maintain the gap. Okay, why you have to maintain the gap? Because that become a proper communication. Okay, so what do you mean by synchronous transmission? When do we use synchronous transmission? When the devices are at the same speed. Okay. Now here, do we require to convert the data into packets? Not required. Do we require to maintain the gaps? Not required, because whatever sender is sending, the receiver can receive at the same time. Okay. If the sender is sending 100 bits per second, the receiver can receive 100 bits per second. So there is no requirement to maintain gaps. Okay. There is no requirement to divide the data into packets. Okay. So here, okay, what we do, we send the entire data using a frame, and each frame consists of sync bit, sync. Okay, each frame consists of a sync bit. Why do we require sync bits? Sync bits are required to make the receiver understand what is the starting of the message, what is the ending of the message. Like, let us say, if, okay, receiver receives X, okay, it understands it is the starting of the message. If the receiver receives Y, it understands as an ending of a message. So this is called as synchronous transmission. Okay, so this is about digital data transmission. Okay, so let me ask a question. Okay, uh, so asynchronous transmission, how many wires we require? How many wires do we require in asynchronous transmission? We require one wire only. Why do we require one wire? Because it is a serial transmission. Serial transmission, first condition is it require only one wire. Okay, not more than one. Okay, it requires only one wire for the purpose of transmitting the data. Whether it is asynchronous or synchronous, okay, we require only one wire. Okay, so one wire is required for the purpose of transmitting the data. Very good. Okay, so if at all you see this particular asynchronous or synchronous, okay, so okay, so this is about asynchronous and synchronous transmission. Now let us move to the next topic. So we are done with digital data transmission. It is divided into two types. First one is called as serial transmission. Second is called as parallel transmission. Serial transmission is further divided into synchronous transmission and asynchronous transmission. Okay. Now let us move to the next one, transmission techniques. Okay. So transmission techniques are further divided into two types. First one is called as broadcast network. Second is called as switched network. Okay. So what do you mean by transmission techniques? How do you transmit the data from one point to another point? Okay. So we have two types. First one is called as broadcast network. Second is called as switch networks. Okay. So let us see this particular concept also. So what do you mean by broadcasting? Broadcasting is nothing but simple concept, sir. Okay. If you have a single sender and multiple recipients, it is called as broadcast network. Okay, so what do you mean by broadcasting is nothing but if you have a single sender and multiple recipients, then it is called as a broadcasting networks. Okay, the second one is called as a switched networks. Why we have to move to switched networks? Because network topologies does not support a very larger network. That is the reason we move to, okay, switched networks. Now these switched networks are classified into three types. First one is called as circuit switching. Second is called as packet switching. Third one is called as message switching. Okay, so how many types of switched networks we have? We have three types. First one is called as circuit switching, second is called as packet switching, and third one is called as message switching. Okay, so what do you mean by circuit switching? In circuit switching, first step, it has to establish a dedicated path. Okay, once a dedicated path is established, if all the packets move in the same path, then it is called as an circuit switching. Once all the packets are received at the receiving end, okay, what do? We, okay, terminate the connection. Okay, so this type of transmission of data is called as circuit switching. So what do you mean by circuit switching? Take the data, divide the data into packets, okay, establish a connection, transmit the packets, okay, on a dedicated path. Okay, once the packets are received, terminate the connection. So this is how we transmit the data in circuit switching. So how do we transmit the data in packet switching? Again, the concept is same. You take the data, divide the data into packets, and for each packet a fixed source and destination address. Okay, generally A and B, I mean here I wrote A and B, but generally we'll be having an IP address. Okay, so you have four packets, take four packets and a fixed, okay, sender and recipient address. Now each packet will move in its own direction to reach to the destination. Once all the packets are received at the receiving end, okay, you combine all the packets together to form back the data. So what is the difference between circuit switching and packet switching? In circuit switching, all the packets will be transmitted in the same path, whereas in packet switching, okay, each, okay, packet will take its own route to reach to the destination. Now, where do we use circuit switching? Circuit switching is used on call. Okay, if at all you want to call, okay, at that time circuit switching. Where do we use packet switching? When you send a message like WhatsApp message or direct message, etc., at that time it use packet switching. Okay, now let us move to message switching. So in message switching, how do we transmit the data? Okay, in message switching we will not divide the data into packets. Instead, okay, the entire data will be transmitted from one switch to another switch. For example, let us say, okay, we have point 1. Okay, this particular computer wants to transmit certain data. Okay, so the data will be received at point 1. This point 1 will store the data. Okay, once the line is available, it forwards the data to the next point. Okay, again this particular, okay, switch will store the data. Once, okay, the line is available, it forwards the data. Okay, so that is the reason this particular concept is also called as store and forward. Okay, it's a very very important question. Okay, sometimes they'll be asking you, what do you mean by store and forward? Store and forward is nothing but message switching. Okay, so this is about, okay, switched networks. Okay, so we are done with, okay, transmission techniques as well. Okay, so what do you mean by transmission techniques? Transmission techniques are divided into three types, sorry, two types. First one is broadcast network, second is switched networks. What do you mean by broadcasting? Broadcasting is nothing but if you have a single sender and multiple recipients, it is called as broadcasting. Switching networks are classified into how many types? Three types. First one is called as circuit switching. Second is packet switching. Third one is message switching. Okay. How do you transmit the data in circuit switching? In circuit switching, the entire data will be transmitted in the dedicated path. Okay. Or the entire packets will be transmitted in a dedicated path. Okay. So, how do you transmit the data in packet switching? In packet switching, each packet will take its own route to reach to the destination. How do we transmit the data in message switching? Here, the data will not be divided into packets. The entire data will be transferred from one switch to another switch. This message switching is also called as store and forward. And where do we use this message switching? The message switching is used in email applications. Whenever you are using email applications, at that time we use message switching. Okay, so we have, okay, like, okay, a network protocols. Okay, you please see the video, okay, previous video. I'm skipping this particular topic. Now let us move to components of telecommunication network. Okay, so we'll take a break for 10 minutes. Okay, we'll come back after 10 minutes. Okay, we'll complete this particular concept. Okay, like in an 15 minutes or 20 minutes we'll complete. Okay, so that will be completing this particular part A. Okay, so we'll break for 10 minutes. I didn't start, sir. Okay. So now audible? Sir, am I audible now? Okay, good. Okay, so let us move to the most important part of telecommunication networks. So we have a concept called as components of telecommunication network. As I said, okay, when we start when we started chapter 3, we have components. That's a basic part. Okay, this part is there in your syllabus. Okay, the part which is sender receiver, that's a basic part. Okay, so before we go to this particular concept, okay, let me ask a question. What do you mean by protocol? What do you mean by protocol? What do you mean by protocol? Yes, Ravan, it is a software. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, so it's a software. Okay, so you need to write both definitions actually. It performs variety of actions, and also it consists of certain set of rules. Okay, where both sender and receiver should accept that particular thing. Perfect. Okay, so let me ask one more question. So what are the three digital aspects of protocols? What are three digital aspects of protocols? What are three digital aspects of protocol? Perfect. Okay. Syntax, semantic, and timing. Sir, that's a very, very important question. So please don't leave that particular question. Okay. So they give you a question. What do you mean by protocol? And what are the three digital aspects of protocol? Okay. Protocol is nothing but a software. It performs variety of actions. Okay. And also, uh, okay, it consists of set of rules where both sender and receiver has to be in agreement with. And it has three digital aspects. First one is syntax, second is semantic, and third one is timing. Perfect. Okay. Perfect, sir. Okay, perfect. So let us go to the components of telecommunication networks. So basically, we have five components here. First one is called as terminal. Second one is telecommunication processor. Third one is telecommunication medium. Fourth one is telecommunication software, and last one is computer. So how many components we have here, sir? We have five components. First one is terminal. Second is telecommunication processor. Okay. Third one is telecommunication medium, fourth one is telecommunication software, and last one is computer. So we already know what is terminal. Okay, so what do you mean by terminal? What do you mean by terminal? It's a starting or an ending point of a telecommunication network. We have two types of terminals. First one is called as a dumb terminal, second one is called as an intelligent terminal. So what do you mean by intelligent terminal? Intelligent terminal is nothing but a device which consists of a processor is called as an intelligent terminal. What do you mean by dumb terminal? A terminal or a device which does not have a processor is called as a dumb terminal. So first component is terminal. Terminal is nothing but a starting or an ending point of a telecommunication network. Okay. Now let us move to the second one. Telecommunication processor. Why do we require telecommunication processor? Whether it is a hardware or a software. Telecommunication processor, whether it's a hardware or a software. So telecommunication software is a hardware or a software. Perfect. Okay. So it's a hardware. Perfect. So why do we require this particular hardware? These telecommunication processors are required for the purpose of supporting the transmission between sender and receiver. Okay. So these are hardware resources which supports transmission of data. Okay, between sender and receiver. Okay. So let us see the first one. So what is the first one? First one is NIC. Okay. So what is first one? NIC. Okay. So which we already know. What do you mean by NIC? NIC is nothing but which is required for the purpose of connecting a computer into a computer network is called as NIC. So what do you mean by NIC, sir? NIC is nothing but okay, which connects a computer into a computer network is called as NIC. Okay, so we already studied this particular thing. So what do you mean by NIC? So this is a diagram for NIC. This is a place where you connect a computer into a computer network. So basically NIC is required for the purpose of connecting a computer into a computer network. So we require a buffer. So why do we require buffer? It stores the data temporarily. Okay. So if at all you don't have a buffer, then you have an okay like synchronous problems. That is the reason we always maintain a buffer. Buffers are required for the purpose of storing the data temporarily. Okay. So you have to remember NIC consists of a buffer. So second one is called as modem. So what do you mean by modem? Modem is nothing but which converts analog signal into digital signal. Okay. And digital signal into analog signal. Okay. So that is called as modem. Modem, MO means modulation, DEM means demodulation. Okay. So next one is called as multiplexer. So why do we require multiplexers? Multiplexers are required to share a common communication medium so that at one end it merges the data, at other end it separates the data. Okay. So multiplexers are required so that a single transmission medium is required for multiple computers, and it at one end it merges the data and other end it separates the data. Okay. So this is about multiplexer. So what do you mean by repeater? Which is required for the purpose of amplification. Okay, so why do we require mic is required for the purpose of amplification. The same way repeater is also required for the purpose of amplification of data. Okay, what do you mean by amplification? Amplification is nothing but enlarging of data is called as amplification. So next one is called as bridge. So bridge is nothing but okay which connects number of LANs together. Okay, so if you see LANs, okay, so you have different types of different LANs. Okay, if you want to connect the different LANs together, we require a device called as bridge. Now does it amplify the data as well? Yes, it performs amplification also. What do you mean by amplification? Which we already know, it enlarges the signal. Now, what do you mean by router? Router works under different protocols. Okay, like we have TCP by IP and OSA model. Okay, TCP by IP is a one protocol, and OSA model is another protocol. Okay, so what is TCP by IP? Anyone? What do you mean by TCP by IP? What do you mean by TCP by IP? Expand TCP by IP. It is transmission control protocol by internet protocol, not transaction. Okay, So it is transmission control protocol by internet protocol. What do you mean by OSI model? What do you mean by OSI? What do you mean by OSI? Expand OSI. Trinad, it is transmission control, not contains. Should be careful. Okay, OSI means open system interconnection. Very good. Okay, very good. Okay. So let us say, what do you mean by router? Router works under different protocols. Like one protocol, let us say you have TCP by IP. One protocol, let us say you have OSI model. Now, how these two devices will talk to each other, which are working under different protocols, you need a router. Okay. Next is hub. Hub is called as a port switching telecommunication network. This word is important. So, what do you mean by port switching telecommunication network, sir? It is nothing but it consists of certain ports, like let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so it consists of certain ports where you connect a device is called as a port. Okay, so what do you mean by port? Port is nothing but a place or a point where you connect a device. For example, okay, where do you connect your internet wire? Internet wire will be connected to NIC port. Okay, port means a place where you connect. Okay, is called as a port. Okay, so it is called as a port switching telecommunication network. Okay, so next one is called as, so it is used for the purpose of sharing of resources, etc., which we have already studied. So what do you mean by switch? Okay, switch connects different telecommunication circuit. Okay, which we have studied. Okay, this diagram is nothing but a telecommunication circuit. So why do we require switch? Switches are required for the purpose of connecting telecommunication circuits. Okay. Next is gateway. Gateway is required for the purpose of connecting different telecommunication architectures. Okay, like Idea, Vodafone, BSNL, Geo, MTS, etc. If you don't have this particular gateway, then what will happen? Okay, Idea person can only talk to Idea person. Okay, Vodafone person can only talk to Vodafone person. There will not be any cross connection. Okay, like Vodafone cannot talk to Idea. Idea cannot talk to Vodafone. Okay, so if you want to make a cross connection or interconnection, we require a gateway. Gateway connects different telecommunication architectures. The words are important, sir. Telecommunication circuit, telecommunication architecture, port switching telecommunication network. Okay, these words are very, very important. Okay, so these are devices. Okay, which are called as telecommunication processor. Okay, so NIC connects a computer into a computer network. Modem converts analog signal to digital and digital signal to analog. Multiplexer shares a common communication medium or a single transmission medium. At one end it merges the data, at other end it separates the data. Repeater will amplify the data. Bridges are required for the purpose of connecting different number of LANs together, and also it amplifies the data. Okay, router is required for the purpose of okay, connecting different protocols together. Hub is called as port switching telecommunication network, which is required for the purpose of sharing of data. Switch connects different telecommunication architectures. And gateway, sorry, switch connects different telecommunication circuits. Gateway connects different telecommunication architectures. Okay, so this is about telecommunication processors. Okay, now let us go to the next one, telecommunication medium. This telecommunication medium is classified into two types, guided medium and unguided medium. So this guided medium is nothing but, if at all you have a physical wire, it is called as a guided medium. What do you mean by unguided medium? If you don't have a physical wire, it is called as an unguided medium. This guided medium is further classified into three types. First one is called as twisted pair, second is called as coaxial cable, third one is called as an optical fiber cable. Okay, so what do you mean by guided medium? Guided medium is nothing but you have a physical wire. Okay, so what do you mean by twisted pair? Twisted pair is nothing but ordinary telephone wire. What is the material we use? We use a material called as copper. Okay. Now, does it has an electrical inference? Yes, it has an electrical inference. What do you mean by electrical inference? Noise. Okay. So because of this particular noise, it cannot transmit the data to a larger distances. Okay. So second one is called as a coaxial cable. Okay. So what is the material we use? We use either a copper or an aluminum wire. Okay. So it is nothing but a television cable wire. Okay, which will be little bit thick. Okay. So how do you protect this particular copper or aluminum wire? Using a plastic material. If you see your cable TV, if you remove that particular black color, okay, wire, I mean black color substance, you have an aluminum foil. If you remove aluminum foil, you have a very very thick plastic substance. Okay, so if you cut that particular substance, inside you have a copper or an aluminum wire. So why do we require plastic? Okay, will be acting as an insulator. So outside, okay, electrical signal it will not allow, because it is a non-conducting material. So it will not allow the outside electrical signal to enter into the copper wire, and it will not disturb. So it has a low electrical inference. Now, if you compare the cost between twisted pairs and coaxial cables, okay, coaxial cables are costly compared to twisted pair. Okay, so last one is called as an optical fiber cable. Now, the beauty of this particular optical fiber cable is it supports both analog and digital signal, because this analog or digital signal should be converted into light. Okay, so let it be analog signal, let it be digital signal. Okay, it has to be converted into light using a laser beam. We have to hit the glass material. Okay, because optical fiber cable will be having a glass coated material. Okay, upside and downside. So you take analog or digital signal, you convert into light, and using a laser beam, if you hit the light, what will happen, sir? It will automatically reflect. Okay, so this is how the data will be transmitted. However, these optical fiber cables are very very costly. Okay, very very costly. However, this optical fiber cable can transmit the data very very fast. Okay, so these are three types of guided medium. First one is called as twisted pair, second is coaxial cable, third one is optical fiber cable. Okay, so which guided medium supports both, okay, analog and digital signal? Which guided medium supports both analog and digital signal? Which guided medium supports both analog and digital signals? Optical fiber cable supports both analog and digital signal. Which supports only analog signal? Which supports only analog signal? Then what about coaxial cable, sir? Okay, both the twisted and coaxial cable supports only analog signal only. Okay, there is only one particular guided medium which supports both analog and digital, that is optical fiber cable. If you see twisted pair and a coaxial cable, both supports only analog. It will not support digital signal. Okay, that's a very very important point which you have to make a note of it. Okay, so with this we have completed guided medium. So guided medium we have twisted pair, coaxial cable, and optical fiber cable. Now let us move to unguided medium. How many types of unguided medium we have? Five types: terrestrial microwave, radio wave, microwave, okay, infrared wave, and communication satellite. Okay, so terrestrial microwave is also called as an earthbound microwave. So terrestrial microwave is an earthbound microwave. Okay, so uh, okay, why it is called as earthbound microwave? Because this particular, okay, antennas will be present on the surface of the earth, and okay, these are antennas. Okay, and how do we transmit the data? Okay, the data and voice will be transmitted using air as a transmission medium. That means you will not have any physical wire to transmit the data. It uses air as a transmission medium. And what is the maximum distance, okay, it has to support? It has to support around 30 miles. Okay, so it has to, that means, okay, the distance between two relay stations should be 30 miles. Okay, now what is the problem with this particular terrestrial microwave? The waves cannot bend at the curvature of the earth. Okay, the waves cannot bend at the curvature of the earth. Okay, that is the reason always you have to maintain these particular antennas in a straight line. Okay, so second one is called as a radio wave. Okay, so radio waves has a wavelength. Okay, and okay, it is used in wireless LANs. Okay, so it supports a very very small wavelength of 1 mm to 1 lakh kilometer. Wavelength is nothing but the distance of the wave. Okay, so next one is called as a microwave. Okay, so you have to remember basically these particular figures, that's it. Okay, so wavelength, okay, supports 1 meter to 1 millimeter, and it has a frequency of 300 megahertz to 300 gigahertz. Okay, so what is a wavelength, sir? Wavelength is nothing but the distance. Okay, what do you mean by frequency? Frequency is nothing but speed, but we should not write in the exam wavelength equal to distance, frequency equal to speed. Okay, but how do we measure these particular waves? The waves will be measured, distance will be measured using wavelength, and speed will be measured using frequency. And what do you mean by infrared wave? Okay, these particular waves are used for the purpose of seeing the objects during the night time. Especially it is used in medical, scientific, and industrial application. And last one is called as a communication satellite. So what do you mean by communication satellite? It's nothing but, okay, so basically these satellites are divided into two types: artificial satellite and natural satellite. So if you take Earth, okay, you have a natural satellite called as Moon. Okay, what do you mean by artificial satellite? It's nothing but a man-made satellite. Okay, so why do we generally send these particular satellites? For the purpose of communication. Okay, it will communicate in a very large distances. However, it's little, I mean not little, it's very costly. Okay, so if you see this particular satellite, okay, it has, okay, two solar panels. Okay, because as we cannot send a wire, okay, we have solar panels. Okay, so it absorbs the energy from the sun, and it, okay, uses a technique called as RAR. What is RAR? Receive, okay, amplify, retransmit. Okay, and what is the maximum age of this particular communication satellite? Okay, it is 7 to 10 years. And whether the communication is fast? Yes, sir, it is very fast. Okay, so these are five types of, okay, unguided medium. So we are done with unguided medium. Unguided medium, we have five types: terrestrial microwave, radio waves, microwaves, infrared waves, and communication satellite. Okay, so these are five types of, okay, unguided medium. Okay, now we have okay, particular, I mean component called as a telecommunication software. So this software, telecommunication software, is also required for the I mean it also supports transmission of data between sender and receiver. Okay, so what is basic difference between telecommunication processors and software? Telecommunication processor is a hardware, this is a software. Okay, now we have five functions actually in your study material. Network management, under network management you have traffic management, security, network monitoring, and capacity planning. But I consider them as a separate functionality. That is the reason, okay, here I, okay, represented as a separate one. Okay, so how many services networks of telecommunication software will provide? Five services: network management, traffic management, security, network monitoring, and capacity planning. Okay, so what do you mean by network management? Okay, so this is very important. Okay, I think, okay, we may get this particular question this time. Okay, so telecommunication softwares are required for the purpose of managing and controlling the transmission of data. Okay, so this network management, what do you mean by network management? Okay, it provides wide variety of services. Okay, wide variety of services means it has n number of services. One of the most important service is connecting and disconnection of devices. Okay, so whenever you take your cell phone and dial a number, and whenever you press the green button, okay, you will hear a ringing tone. Okay, that ringing tone is nothing but connection of devices. Whenever you press red button, okay, what will happen? The devices will be disconnected. Okay, now who will provide these services? These services will be provided by the network management. So what do you mean by network management? It provides wide variety of services. One of the most important services, connecting and disconnection of devices. Okay, not only that, it monitors three parameters. Okay, speed, mode, and direction. Okay, so based on speed, okay, it will determine whether to transmit in asynchronous or synchronous. Okay, based on mode, okay, it determines, okay, whether to transmit in simplex, half duplex, or full duplex. Now direction is also very important, because if at all you see in packet switching, okay, in packet switching, okay, who will direct the packets to reach to the destination? Okay, it is the responsibility of the network management. Okay, if you remember, in packet switching, every packet will move, okay, in its own direction for the purpose of reaching to the destination. Okay, so network management, so very important question, sir. Okay, this either you will get what do you mean by protocol, and explain I mean different aspects of protocol. Okay, or you'll get this particular question, okay, explain about telecommunication software. It's a very important question. Okay, so second one is traffic management. So what do you mean by traffic management? It is nothing but it controls network resources. Okay, Here, what do you mean by network resources? We studied telecommunication processors, okay, like NIC, modem, multiplexer, repeater, switch. All these particular things are called as network resources in this particular context. Okay, so it is the responsibility of this particular component called as traffic management to control all the network resources. Like, because we already studied these network resources are nothing but hardware resources. Okay, so these particular hardware resources are to be controlled by a particular software. So which component will control all this particular hardware? Okay, the software component called as a traffic management controls all these hardware resources, and also it avoids traffic congestion. Okay, what do you mean by congestion? Congestion means traffic jam. Okay, so if you see, okay, a circuit switching, packet switching, or if you see a message switching, how the data will be transmitted or how packets will be transmitted from one point to another point, from one point to another point it will transmit. Okay, so if more number of devices starts transmitting the data, obviously there will be a problem of congestion. Okay, so this particular, the responsibility of traffic management is to avoid traffic congestion. That means no packet should collide, okay, with each other, or there should not be any, traffic jam at the time of transmitting the data in a network. Okay, so this is the second service. Third one is called as security. So it provides security by four different ways. First one is called as authentication. Authentication, which we already know. What do you mean by authentication? Authentication is nothing but verifying, whether the user is an authenticated user or not. Okay, so encryption also we know. Okay, conversion of a plain text to ciphertext is called as encryption. Security policy. What do you mean by security policy? Policy means, okay, throughout the organization we have to adopt it. Okay, like implementing of a firewall, okay, is a security policy, or implementing of an antivirus software is called as a security policy. Okay, and last one is called as audit functions. Audit functions, okay, we basically use these particular audit functions based on the audit trial. Okay, so audit trial you have, based on the audit trial you perform these audit functions. Okay, next one is called as network monitoring. Okay, so what do you mean by network monitoring? Basically, network monitoring is nothing but, okay, doing troubleshooting. What do you mean by troubleshooting? Okay, so the network should, okay, resolve its own problems. That means it doesn't depend on the other human being or a person to resolve the problems. Troubleshooting means, okay, either it will help the user to resolve the problem or it will solve the problem on its own. That is called as troubleshooting. Not only that, okay, it also finds out potential threats. Okay, like uh, like it acts like a guard. Okay, like in an apartment, okay, like security guard. The same way, this network monitoring module also, okay, acts as a guard in order to identify the potential threats. Okay, threat is nothing but like virus is coming, okay, it's a threat. Okay, or any unidentified person is coming into the network, it will identify that particular threats. Okay, so last one is called as capacity planning. So what do you mean by capacity planning? It is nothing but it surveys, okay, network resources, traffic patterns, etc. Okay, what do you mean by pattern? Pattern is nothing but when the, traffic is high, when the traffic is low, etc. That is called as, depending on the patterns it allocates the resources. Okay, so that is called as capacity planning. So these are five services, okay, we have in telecommunication software. First one is network management, second is traffic management, third one is security, fourth one is network monitoring, and last one is capacity planning. Okay, so with this we have completed, okay, network management, traffic management, security, network monitoring, and capacity planning. So different types of computers is the last one. So these are different, okay, components of telecommunication networks. First one is terminal, second one is telecommunication processor, third one is telecommunication medium, fourth one is telecommunication software, and last one is, okay, computers. Okay, so let me ask few questions. Okay, so what are the devices which supports, okay, amplification of data? What are the devices which supports amplification of data? What are the devices which supports amplification of data? Okay, the answer is both repeater and bridge, sir. Okay, not one. Okay, you have two devices which supports, okay, amplification of data. Okay, so what do you mean by, okay, so my next question, okay, so what do you mean by security in telecommunication software? What do you mean by security in telecommunication software? What do you mean by security in telecommunication software? Okay, at that particular point, okay, they will ask only one side heading, okay, for 2 marks. Okay, so you need to answer in, okay, a different way, you need to read in a different way, okay, so that you can answer. Okay, Trinad, it is not antivirus and my question is like, okay, in network software, what do you mean by security? Okay, it is not about antivirus and firewall, no. Police, police is the right answer, sir. Okay, police is the right answer. Okay, so very good. Okay, so security means authentication, okay, encryption, audit functions, and security policy. So these are four, okay, things which you need, which a telecommunication software will provide. Okay, now my next question is, okay, what is the device which connects different telecommunication architectures? What is the device which connects different telecommunication architectures? What is the device which connects different telecommunication architectures? Very good, gateway. Okay, so what is a device, okay, which supports different protocols? What is the device which supports different protocols? What is a device which support different protocols? There is Sai Kiran, how many times you'll type gateway? Very good. Okay, so it is router. Okay, so what is a device which supports? Okay, what is a device which supports uh, n number of LANs? What is a device which supports n number of LANs together? What is a device which supports n number of LANs together? Sai Kiran, practice here, okay? Don't write multiple times in the exam. Okay, for 1 mark you will not, if you write 4 times, you will not get 4 marks. Very good. Bridge. Okay, so bridge is a device which connects n number of lands together. Okay, now what do you mean by multiplexer? What do you mean by multiplexer? What do you mean by multiplexer? Very good. Okay, so multiplexer is nothing but, okay, using a single channel it transmits the data. At one end it combines the data, other end it okay, separates the data. Okay, very good. Very good. Okay, so if they ask in the exam, what do you mean by start and stop? Explain about start and stop. What do you write? Explain about start and stop. What do you write? Ibrahim, multiplexer has multiple tasks together. I didn't get that. Anyways, okay. Please see that particular thing. In the exam, if they ask, what do you mean by start and stop? What do you write? Okay, so terminal is nothing but a starting and stop point. Very good. Okay, so in the exam, if they ask you, write about store and forward, what do you write? In the exam, if they ask you, what do you mean by store and forward, what do you write? What do you mean by store and forward? Perfect. Okay. So store and forward is nothing but message switching. Okay. You need to remember that particular point. Okay. So in the exam, if they ask you, what do you mean by freenet? In the exam, if they ask you, what do you mean by freenet? Then what do you write? Explain about freenet. What do you write? Freenet is not internet, sir. Okay, Freenet is not internet. It is peer-to-peer network. Okay, so Freenet is not internet or public network. It means, okay, and peer-to-peer network. Okay, so very good. Okay, most of you are on track. Good. Okay, so let us move to the next one, next concept. Okay, so with this we have completed, okay, part A. Now let us move to part B. Okay, so we are done with part A. So let us see part B. Okay, so part B is about network security. Okay, so why do we require network security? So what are the two reasons why do we require network security? Why do we require network security? What are the two reasons why do we require network security? Perfect. Okay. So why do we require network security, sir? For the purpose of safeguarding the asset and for the purpose of safeguarding or protecting the data. Okay. So these are the two reasons we require network security. Okay. So what do you mean by safeguarding physical asset? Physical asset is nothing but, like, let us say if at all you take an ATM machine. How do you protect ATM machine? Using an okay, like camera, okay, and also security card. Okay, that is a physical security. Okay, system, using that particular password management system, we protect the data. Okay. However, we have two challenges. First one is called as threat, second is called as vulnerability. Okay. So what is threat and what is vulnerability? We have definitions. Okay. So how many challenges we have, sir? We have okay, two challenges. First one is called as threat, second is called as vulnerability. Now let us see what do you mean by threat. Okay. Okay, so we have two challenges. First one is called as threat, second is called as vulnerability. So what do you mean by threat? Threat means possible danger that disrupts operation, functionality, availability of a network. Okay, so what do you mean by threat? Threat is nothing but possible danger. Okay, like okay, it stops a particular operation, a functionality and availability of a network is called as threat. Okay, so how many types of threats we have? We have, okay, you have to write the exact definition, okay, for threat. Okay, you are not supposed to write your own sentences. Okay, they will not give the marks. Okay, so you are supposed to write exact okay, same sentences, or at least certain, I mean, at least the words should be same. Okay, so what do you mean by threat? Please repeat. Okay, threat means possible danger that disrupts operation, availability and functionality of a network. Okay, so again, what do you mean by threat? Threat means possible danger that disrupting means stopping. Okay, so possible danger that disrupts operation, functionality and availability of a network. Again, what do you mean by threat? Threat is nothing but possible danger that disrupts, stops operation, functionality and availability of a network. So how many types of threats we have, sir? Basically, we have four types of threats. First one is called as unstructured threat. Second is called as structured threat. Third one is called as external threat, and last one is called as internal threat. Okay, so what do you mean by unstructured threat? Unstructured threat is nothing but, okay, if an inexperienced person, okay, if an inexperienced person download certain hacking tools from internet, and if at all he tries to access any of the websites which he is not supposed to do, then it is called as an unstructured threat. So unstructured threats are basically done by an inexperienced person only for the purpose of anxiety. Okay, so they have an this particular anxiety. Okay, because of that particular anxiety, okay, how exactly hacking will be done, etc. Because of that particular anxiety, okay, these people will try to hack a particular website, okay, by just downloading certain hacking tools, okay, over internet. Okay, now whether they have an illicit mind to damage something, no, they will not have an illicit mind to damage something. Okay, so what is a structured threat? A structured threat is nothing but, and if an experienced person, okay, so if an experienced person tries to hack a particular thing, now he will not use any of the downloaded softwares or tools from the internet. He will develop his own tools for the purpose of hacking. Now he has a very good knowledge about networks, operating system, programming languages, finding out a loophole, etc. Now using that particular loophole in the network, he tries to enter into a network. Okay, he's like a very experienced person. okay, and whether he has an illicit mind to damage something, yes, okay. So that is the basic difference between unstructured threat and, okay, structured threat. An unstructured threat person does not have an illicit brain, okay. He will use, okay, only and downloaded tools, whereas a structured person is a very very experienced person. He can write the programs on his own, okay, and he'll try to find out a loophole in the network and he'll explore that particular loophole, okay. Now which is dangerous, okay, structured threat is very dangerous because it damages something. Now what do you mean by internal threat and external threat? Internal threat is nothing but if an employee inside an organization tries to access certain things which he is not supposed to access, then it is called as an internal threat. What do you mean by external threat? An outside person, if at all he accesses the internal servers, etc., that is called as an external threat, okay. So how many types of threats we have? We have four types of threats: unstructured, structured, external, and internal. Okay. So what do you mean by threat? Threat is nothing but a possible danger that disrupts operation, functionality, and availability of a network. How many types of threats we have? Four: unstructured threat, structured threat, external threat, okay, internal threat. Okay. Now let us move to the second one, vulnerability. Okay. So what do you mean by vulnerability? Again, here we have a standard definition. Vulnerability is nothing but an inherent weakness in design, configuration, implementation of a network. Okay, that means in simple context, okay, what do you mean by vulnerability? Finding out a weak spot, okay, is called as vulnerability. Okay, now when a hacker tries to hack a particular aspect or a particular network, he will not enter directly, okay, without analyzing the network. Okay, first what he will do, he will analyze the network. He'll try to find out a weakness in the design, configuration, and implementation. Once he finds out that particular loophole or one weak spot, okay, then through that particular weak spot he enters into the network. Okay, so that is called as vulnerability. Okay, how many types of vulnerabilities we have, sir? We have five types of vulnerabilities. First one is called as software bug. Okay, so what do you mean by software bug? Software bug is nothing but to find out workaround consequences. Okay, so hacker, okay, what he will do, he will write, okay, software. Okay, bug is nothing but a software. Okay, an illicit software, okay, or malicious software. Okay, so what exactly it will do? Hacker will install that particular software into the host system. Okay, what do you mean by host system? The system which he wants to target. Now this particular bug will enter into the system and it will try to find out a weak spot. Okay, now once a weak spot is found out, okay, it will inform that particular weak spot to the hacker. Then hacker will explore the system. Okay, so that is called as a software bug. Now, second one is called as a timing window. What do you mean by timing window? Timing window is nothing but an hacker. Okay, what he will do, you'll be having an file called as temporary file. Okay, so what do you mean by temporary file? Basically, whenever you use a website, okay, you have a concept called as remember me. When you say remember me, okay, the user id and password will be stored on a cookie, okay, and the cookie will be stored on the temporary file. Okay, so what happens, a hacker will try to exploit, okay, this particular temporary files where user ids and passwords will be generally stored. Okay, now once he gains the access, he'll try to advance into the system. That is called as timing window. So temporary files will be exploited by the intruder means hacker, okay, to gain access. That is called as timing window. Next one is called as insecure default configuration. So default means, okay, like whenever you purchase any of the hardware, okay, like a Wi-Fi router, etc. Okay, the manufacturer will give certain default user IDs and passwords. Okay, so you are supposed to change the default user IDs and password. If at all you don't change it, on behalf of you, hacker will change it. Okay, because they have a list of default user IDs and passwords. Okay, so what is the best thing you have to do whenever you purchase any of the hardware? What all default user IDs and passwords are there, you are supposed to change that default user IDs and passwords. Okay, so if at all you don't change it, okay, then it becomes a weak spot. Okay, next one is called as trusting untrustworthy information. What do you mean by trusting untrustworthy information? It is nothing but routers should be programmed in such a way they have to identify what is an trusted website, what is an untrusted website. Especially whenever you are downloading something, if at all your antivirus software or if at all your program is telling, okay, firewall is telling that you are downloading an harmful file, that means your router is programmed properly. Okay, if at all it is not giving, okay, that particular information, it's an harmful file, okay, information, etc., then it is not, okay, a proper router. Okay, the routers are not programmed to identify an authenticated website and unauthenticated website. So basically router should be programmed in such a way it should identify what is an authenticated website and unauthenticated website. Okay. And last one is called as an end user vulnerability. So what do you mean by end user vulnerability? End user vulnerability is nothing but, okay, these end user means a person, okay, will not have security consciousness. That means they type user ID and password before other person. That is called as end user vulnerability. You are not supposed to type user IDs and passwords. You are not supposed to share user IDs and passwords, or else it becomes an end user vulnerability. Okay. So this is about two challenges in network security. So what is the first challenge, sir? First challenge is threat, second challenge is vulnerability. How many types of threats we have? We have four types of threats. First one is unstructured, second is structured, third one is external, fourth one is internal. Okay. Vulnerability, how many types of vulnerability we have? Five types: software bug, timing window, insecure default configuration, okay, and okay, trusting untrustworthy information, and end user. Okay. Now let us move to the next concept called as network security. So why do we require network security? So network security, okay, let us see this particular concept. So this concept is very important for your exam. Okay, you may get a case study from this particular concept. Okay, so this concept is very important. So why do we require network security? So if you see, explain why do we require network security. Okay, so let us say you have a sender and receiver. Sender is transmitting certain data. Okay, so why do we require network security? To protect the data at the time of transmission. Okay, so if you don't protect the data at the time of transmission, what will happen? Either a user, okay, will modify the data, or unauthorized device may also modify the data. Unauthorized user or unauthorized device will modify this data. So in order to protect the data at the time of transmission, we need network security. Okay, or else an unauthorized user or device may modify the data, change the data, delete the data, etc. Okay, in order to avoid this particular thing, we require network security. Okay, so how many aspects of network security we have? We have four aspects. First one is called as privacy. So what is privacy? First one is privacy, second is message authentication, third one is, okay, message integrity, and last one is non-reputation. Okay, you may get a question, okay, like what are the four aspects of network security? Four aspects of network security are privacy, message authentication, message integrity, and non-reputation. Okay, so what do you mean by privacy? Basically confidentiality. What do you mean by confidentiality, sir? If two persons are talking, okay, if two persons are talking or two devices are talking to each other or communicating with each other, okay, a third person should not listen to our conversation. Okay, that is called as confidentiality. And how do you provide confidentiality? Confidentiality is provided by way of, first one, cryptography, second is called as encryption and decryption. So what do you mean by encryption? We already studied conversion of a plain text into ciphertext is called as encryption. What do you mean by decryption? Conversion of a ciphertext back to plain text is called as decryption. So next is called as cryptography. What do you mean by cryptography? How do you protect the data in the presence of third party? Okay, so what do you mean by cryptography? It is nothing but how do you protect the data in the presence of third party. For example, let us say a customer is accessing Amazon. Okay, and once he selects a good, okay, he has to do the payment. So who is the first person here? The customer is first person. Who is the second person? Bank is the second person. Who is the third person? Okay, Amazon is the third person. Okay, now whenever you are using user ID and password through Amazon to the bank, okay, Amazon cannot store the user IDs and passwords. Okay, no, it cannot do it. Why it cannot do it? Because of cryptography. What do you mean by cryptography? Cryptography is nothing but how do you protect the data in the presence of third party. So this is about privacy. And we have types of encryption, methods of encryption. You have two types called as secret key encryption and public key encryption. I hope, okay, there is no requirement for me to tell that particular thing. Okay, so how many types of encryptions we have, sir? We have two types of encryption. First one is called as a secret key encryption, second is called as a public key encryption. Can anyone tell me what do you mean by secret key encryption? What do you mean by secret key encryption? What do you mean by secret key encryption? Very good. Okay. Secret key encryption is nothing but a single key is used, okay, at the time of encryption and decryption. However, at the time of decryption, it should be inverse. Like let us say at the time of encryption, if at all I am using +3, okay, at the time of decryption I have to use -3. Okay, so that is how, okay, thing is used. Okay, like a secret key encryption has only one key. Very good. Okay, so what do you mean by public key encryption? So public key encryption is nothing but you have two types of keys, public key and a private key. So if you use two types of keys, then it is called as an public key encryption. Very good, perfect. Okay, so how many methods of encryption we have? Very good. Okay, how many methods of encryption we have? How many methods of encryptions we have? We have two methods. Okay, hardware encryption and software encryption. What do you mean by hardware encryption? If a hardware device is used to encrypt the data, it is called as hardware encryption. What do you mean by software encryption? If at all you use a software for the purpose of encrypting the data, it is called as software encryption. Perfect. Okay, so very good. Okay, so you are on track. Okay, so what are the four aspects here? First one is privacy. Privacy means confidentiality. How do you provide confidentiality? By way of encryption, decryption, and cryptography. Now let us go to the second one called as message authentication. Okay, what do you mean by message authentication? Identifying the sender. Okay, that means if the sender device is transmitting certain message to the receiver, first the receiver will think, do I know you? Okay, so if I know you, then I will allow your message to come, or else I will not allow. Okay, so that is called as message authentication. What do you mean by message authentication? Identifying the sender. If you identify, if the receiver device identifies the sender, then only it will accept the message, or else it will not accept the message. Okay, so next one is called as message integrity. So what do you mean by message integrity? Message integrity is nothing but whatever sender is sending, the receiver should receive the same. Okay, so what do you mean by message integrity? Again, whatever sender is sending, the receiver should receive the same. If the sender is sending high, the receiver should receive high. Okay, so what do you mean by message non integrity? Okay, so message non integrity means, okay, if there is a modification of data at the time of transmission, it is called as non integrity. Like let us say I am transmitting high, if the hacker changes that to buy, and if the receiver receives buy, that means sender sent high, receiver received buy. That means what happened in between? Okay, there is an, okay, there is an okay, modification of data. Okay, so that is called as message integrity. Okay, and last one is called as non repudiation. So what do you mean by non repudiation? Non repudiation is nothing but whatever sender is sending, the receiver should receive the, sorry, what do you mean by non repudiation? Non repudiation is nothing but if the sender is sending a message, once the receiver receives the message in his inbox, and if the sender asks a proof, the receiver can show the evidence that he has received a message. Okay, then the sender should not deny it that he has sent the message. Okay, so what do you mean by non-repudiation? Non-repudiation is nothing but, again I'm repeating, once the sender sends a message and receiver receives a message, and he can show that evidence, okay, that he has received the message, then the sender should not say that he has, okay, sent the message. Okay, that is called as non-repudiation. Okay, so these are four aspects of network security. First one is privacy, second is message authentication, third one is message integrity, and last one is non-repudiation. Okay, so it's very very important for your exam. Okay, now let us move to the next concept. Okay, so we are done with sorry, so we are done with message security, sorry, network security. So what are different aspects of network security? First one is privacy, second is message authentication, third one is message integrity, and last one is non repudiation. Okay, these are four aspects of network security. Privacy, how do we make how do you provide privacy? First one is by way of cryptography, second is by way of encryption. How many types of encryptions we have? Two types. First one is called as a secret key encryption. Second is called as a public key encryption. How many methods you have? Two methods: hardware encryption and software encryption. Okay. Now let us move to the next concept, okay, network security protocols. Okay, after that we'll move to other one. So let us move to next concept, network security protocols. How many types of network security protocols we have? We have four types actually in your study material. So first one is called as secure shell. Second is secure file transfer protocol. Third one is secure socket layer, and fourth one is okay a hypertext transfer protocol. Third one is secure socket layer, and last one is hypertext transfer protocol. Okay, so what do you mean by secure shell? It is nothing but a program. Okay, for what purpose? For the purpose of logging into another computer in a network and to move the files from one computer to another computer. Okay, so what do you mean by secure shell? It is nothing but a program. Why do we require this program? To log into other computer in a network. For what purpose? To move the files from one computer to another computer. The basic idea of this particular secure shell is to move the files manually. That means a user has to manually move the files from one computer to another computer. Okay, so like let us say I have three computers A, B and C at different locations. Let us assume I have certain files on C. Okay, if A wants to move the files from C to B, okay, first he has to use a secure shell. Using this particular program, he has to use okay login okay into C using his user ID and password. Once he log into C, he has to move the file from okay C to B. Now the entire session, what do you mean by session? At the time when the user is entering user ID and password, and at the time when the user is transferring the file from one computer to another computer, the entire session should be encrypted. Okay, so what do you mean by encryption? We all already know. Okay, so what do you mean by secure shell? It's a program which is used for the purpose of logging into other computer or a network to move the files from one computer to another computer. So what do you mean by session? Session is nothing but the time taking for the purpose of entering user ID and password, and the time taking for the purpose of moving the file from one computer to another computer. Okay, so second one is called as okay secure file transfer protocol. So what do you mean by secure file transfer protocol? It is nothing but okay accessing and managing files on remote systems. Okay, it's a very important thing. Like okay, if you see secure shell, there is a manual intervention to transfer the files from one computer to another computer, but in secure file transfer protocol there will not be any manual intervention. The server will transfer file from one server to another server automatically. Okay, if server 2 wants a file from server 1, okay, it generates a request, and server 1 will use a secure file transfer protocol for the purpose of accessing or transferring a file from one server to another server. That is the uniqueness of SFTP. Okay, however, you have an ordinary FTP. In ordinary FTP, encryption will not be used. In SFTP, S means secure. Okay, so in SFTP we use encryption and decryption. Okay, so that is the difference between secure shell and secure file transfer protocol. Okay, next one is okay secure socket layer. This particular protocol is used in internet and intranet applications like banking. Okay, so if at all whenever you are using your user ID and password, whenever you are using user ID and password in a banking website, okay, now banking website, whether it is an internet application or intranet application, it's an internet application. Okay, so at that time, okay, when you type your user ID and password, once you say submit, okay, your password will expand. Why? Because it uses an encryption by way of a method called as SSL. Okay, and using that particular SSL, your password will be transmitted from your location to the okay head office of the bank, okay, where the verification happens. Okay, so which protocol they use? They use a protocol called as secure socket layer. Okay, not only in internet application, even in intranet applications also this particular protocol will be used. Okay, what do you mean by intranet application? Like Outlook is an intranet application. Okay, Outlook means an email software. Okay, so this particular Outlook also will use this particular SSL for the purpose of protecting your user IDs and password. Basically, this particular protocol is used for the purpose of protecting your sensitive data. Okay, it is used for the purpose of protecting your sensitive data. When I say sensitive data, it is nothing but your user IDs and passwords. Okay, and last one is called as an hypertext transfer protocol. So what do you mean by hypertext transfer protocol? How do you protect your public key and private key in internet? Okay, so the basic difference between okay SSL and HTTPS is SSL is used in internet and intranet application, whereas HTTPS is used only in internet applications to protect public and private keys. Okay, so this is about network security protocols, and we have a last topic called as network security techniques. Okay, so we'll take a break for 10 minutes. Okay, so and we'll complete this particular. We'll take another 15 minutes to complete this particular topic, and we'll move to chapter 4. Okay, so let us take a 10 minutes break, okay, and let us join after 10 minutes. Hello. Hello. So let us move to the next topic. So we are done with, okay, network security protocols. So how many types of network protocols, network security protocols we have? Four types: SSH, SFTP, SSL, and HTTP. Yes. Okay. So these are four types which we have. Okay. So the last topic is about network security techniques. So how many types of network security techniques we have, sir? We have five types. Am I audible? Am I audible, sir? Hello? Am I audible? Yeah, good. Okay. So let us move to next one called as network security techniques. How many network security techniques we have, sir? We have five network security techniques. First one is intrusion detection system. Second is firewall. Uh, Third one is anti-malware. Fourth one is site blocking. Fifth one is network access controls. So let us see this particular network security techniques. So network securities are five types: IDS, firewall, network access controls, anti-malware, and site blocking. Okay. So what do you mean by IDS? IDS is nothing but an application software. Why do we require this particular software? It monitors the networks. Okay. So the basic requirement of IDS is to monitor the networks. Is it audible now? Is it audible now? I guess it should be audible now. Okay. Shall we continue? Okay. So from where I have to start? Sir, can you tell me from where I have to start? Which topic? Ideas. Okay. Okay. So let us start with ideas. So ideas is nothing but okay intrusion detection system. So what do you mean by ideas? Ideas is nothing but an intrusion detection system. So what exactly it is? It is nothing but an application software. So why do we require this intrusion detection system? Intrusion detection system is required for the purpose of monitoring of networks or for the purpose of finding out system activities. Okay, wherever you have a malicious activities, in order to find out these malicious activities, we require this intrusion detection systems and also policy violations. Okay, so what do you mean by malicious activity? Like let us say if at all you have a virus, okay, if it is installed on the other host system, okay, then it is called as an okay malicious activity or policy violation. So what do you mean by policy violation? It is nothing but like let us say authentication. Authentication is nothing but you have to give the user ID and password. Okay, so if you want to give, you have to give the user ID and password. So if you see this particular person, any person who is entering into the system without a user ID and password, then it is called as a policy violation. Okay, so intrusion detection systems is nothing but it is used for the purpose of monitoring system activities and policy violations. How many types of intrusion detection systems we have? We have three intrusion detection systems. First one is network intrusion detection system, second is host intrusion detection system, third one is hybrid intrusion detection systems. Okay, so what do you mean by network intrusion detection systems? Network intrusion detection system is nothing but okay, like let us say we have sender and receiver, or we can call it as a host and host. Okay, so uh, if you see this particular host and host, okay, when the packets are transmitted from one point to another point, like let us say we have four packets, out of which one packet is having a malicious software. Okay, so if at all the analysis happens at the time of transmission, then it is called as a network intrusion detection system. Okay, now this particular network intrusion detection system is also called as packet sniffer, okay, or packet sniffing. Okay, so what do you mean by host intrusion detection system? In host intrusion detection system, the packets will be analyzed after reaching to the host. Okay, so it will be monitored, detect and respond. Okay, so last one is called as an hybrid intrusion detection system. What do you mean by hybrid intrusion detection system? It's a combination of NID and HID. So these are three types of intrusion detection systems we have. Okay, so we are studying network security techniques. What is the first one? First one is IDS. Second one is firewall. Third one is network access control. Fourth one is anti-malware, and last one is site blocking. So we are done with IDS. Now let us move to firewall. So what do you mean by firewall? Firewall is nothing but how do you protect the private network from public network? Okay, it's called as a firewall. Okay, so let us say you have a public network. What do you mean by public network? Internet is called as a public network. Okay, so you have a public network, okay, and a private network. How do you protect, okay, this particular private network from, sorry, private network from public network is called as a firewall. Okay, it acts as a boundary between, okay, public network and private network. Okay, so firewall is nothing but it acts as a boundary between public network and private network. Okay, and we have, how do we put this particular protection by way of authentication and authorization. Okay, so identifying the user and limiting the user. Identifying the user is nothing but authentication, limiting the user is nothing but authorization. Okay, the same concept will be implemented using network access control. Okay, so network access control is nothing but it provides access to network resources by implementing authentication and authorization. So we are done with three. So we are done with IDS, we are done with firewall, we are done with network access control. Next one is anti-malware. Okay, can anyone tell me what do you mean by malware? Can anyone tell me what do you mean by malware? Malware. What do you mean by malware? Virus. Okay. So what do you mean by malware? It's nothing but any virus, worm, Trojan horse, etc. is called as a malware. Okay. When do we use anti-malware? It's nothing but a software which is required for the purpose of preventing this malicious software. It is called as an anti-malware. Okay, so we are done with IDS, we are done with firewall, we are done with network access control, we are done with anti-malware, and last one is called as site blocking. So what do you mean by site blocking? Preventing of certain websites is called as site blocking. Okay, so these are five techniques which we have. Okay, so we are done with okay, we are done with the network security techniques. So we are done with intrusion detection system, we are done with firewall, we are done with anti-malware, site blocking, and network access control. Okay, so we are done with NDS, HDS, and hybrid intrusion detection systems as well. Okay, so we have a small topic called as network administration and management. Okay, so it is nothing but operation, administration, maintenance, and provisioning. Okay, that you can study. Okay, so so we have miscellaneous questions. Okay, so we have two miscellaneous questions, that is FCA, PS, and okay, and different. Okay, what are different steps that are required for network security program? Okay, so do you want me to teach this? Okay, I hope. Okay, I've already explained this particular thing. Okay, so FCA, PS is also very important, sir. Okay, please don't leave these particular topics. Okay, FCAPS is also very very important. Okay, so do you want me to teach FCAPS or shall I leave? So this is part A and part B. Okay, part C is about okay, internet, intranet, extranet, okay, and mobile commerce, e-commerce, etc. That, okay, I hope you can read that particular topics. Okay, so I'm leaving that particular thing. Uh, So part C also I'm leaving, sir. Part C, okay, there is no much thing. I mean, much. Those are basic definitions actually. So you can directly study from the written material. Okay, so let us move to, okay, chapter 4. Okay, so let us move to chapter 4. Okay, information systems. So we are done. See, basically part C is about, okay, so let me, okay, go through these particular things so that, okay, part C also will be completed. So computer network, you have internet, intranet and extranet. Okay, so internet is nothing but where you connect millions and millions of computers together. Okay, so what do you mean by intranet? Intranet is nothing but like where you can connect the computers within a within an organization is called as intranet. Extranet is nothing but an extension of an intranet. Okay, so you have business users that you can I hope you can read it. Okay, next is e-commerce. So what do you mean by e-commerce, sir? E-commerce is nothing but doing the business online is called as e-commerce. We have advantages, types of e-commerce. Actually we have six types: b2b, b2c, c2b, c2c, b2g, okay, and b2e. Okay, and electronic fund transfer and mobile commerce. Okay, so these are the things which you can, I hope you can able to cope up. Okay, so let us move to the next one, business information systems. Okay, sir, most of you are actually, okay, asking me to teach chapter 2. Okay, sir, chapter 2 is will be covered in chapter 4 itself. Okay, I have seen so many comments. Okay, to teach chapter 2. Actually, chapter 2, okay, I mean the two topics which are very very important topics like SDLC and layers of information systems. Actually, we have completed in chapter 4 itself. I told, okay, in the when I was starting chapter 4, I told this particular aspect, and so many students are asking me to put a video of chapter 2. There is no chapter 2. Chapter 2 is combined in chapter 4 itself. Okay, yes, there are few theoretical questions which I accept. Okay, which I'll be doing a separate session for that particular thing, because that time, okay, because these days I'm not finding time actually. Okay, I'm working, and I'm working a lot actually. Okay, so uh, mm, there are certain issues which I need to take care in my office. So that is the reason I am actually not in a state to, okay, put that video. But basically, sir, if you ask me whether chapter 2 is completed, it is already done. Okay, only a 5% of theoretical part is left over. Okay, I do accept it. Okay, one of the important topic of chapter 2, that is computer architecture, CISC and RISC. Okay, that is there. We'll try to do that particular thing. If at all I can able to complete by 4:30 this particular session, I'll continue with that chapter 2 as well, or else tomorrow. Okay, tomorrow we'll have another live session for 1 hour or 1.5 hour. Okay, to complete that theoretical questions of chapter 2. Okay, so basically chapter 2 is done. Okay, so chapter 2 I have, okay, taught them in chapter 4 itself. Okay, so the major topics of, again I'm repeating, okay, the major topics of chapter 2 are SDLC, system development life cycle, which will be completing in chapter 4 itself. Okay, and another major topic in chapter 2 is, okay, information system life cycle, that also we completed in chapter 4. These are the two major topics which will be completing in chapter 4. Okay, and we have other topics of chapter 2, that is cloud computing, mobile computing, and mobile computing. These two will be covering in chapter 5. Okay, so I don't want to take a separate session for, okay, I don't want to take a separate session for chapter 2. That is the reason I clubbed chapter 2 in chapter 4 and 5. Okay, so you will not have a separate video for chapter 2, except that theoretical questions like CISC and RISC, that we'll try to complete today. Okay, today I'll try to complete, if at all you have patience to listen, because it's a very long session. Okay, if you have a patience to listen, I have a patience to teach. Okay, so that's what I'm interested in teaching. But okay, uh, like, no sir, I am not a practicing CA. I work, okay, I work in indirect taxation, okay, as a senior manager. Okay, as a senior manager, I take care of GST, customs, foreign trade policies, etc. Okay, so anyways, okay, my I mean, okay, my profile is little bit, okay, I have an multiple things, okay, which I'll be doing. Okay, so basically my job is in indirect taxation, like customs. I'll take care of customs, GST, foreign trade policy, imports, exports. Okay, and I'll take care of ERP development. And okay, I am also a company secretary in one of my group companies. So I have a basic mixture of things, but I'm not practicing. Okay, I'm not a CA as well. Okay, so I'm a CS. Okay, So company secretary. Okay, so I'm a BTech in computer science engineering. Okay, and company secretary and LLB. Okay, so three things. Okay. Anyways, that's not important in this session. Okay, so basically don't okay, like think that chapter 2 you have a separate videos. That is what my concern is. Okay, so don't I mean chapter 2, the most important topics will be completing in chapter 4. I'm repeating again. Okay, so please don't ask me to again to put or upload videos of chapter 2. There is no chapter 2 separately. We will be completing, will be taking in chapter 4 itself. Because why I'll be taking those particular topics in chapter 4 and chapter 5, because those topics are very relevant in chapter 4. Okay, so if I teach separately chapter 2, again I have to teach all the basics and I have to take through. That is the reason I complete this particular two topics in chapter 4 itself. Okay, so let us see. Okay, let us start chapter 4. So we are done with chapter 3. If you have any questions, you can ask me in chapter 3, sir. In chapter 3, if you have any questions, you can ask me. I'll give you 5 minutes. Okay, so you ask me any questions in chapter 3 which you have a doubt, or which you have, which you require any clarification. Then I'll wait for 5 minutes, or else we'll move to chapter 4. Lunch break will be breaking at 1:30, sir. Okay, another 1 hour. Okay, so I don't mind even if you take a plate and eat also. I don't mind, sir, because I cannot see you, know. Okay, so it's fine. OSI model. Okay, so what exactly is your doubt, sir? Satya. Okay, what exactly is the doubt? Yeah, okay. So there is a confusion between in peer-to-peer network, which I want to clarify. So I told as a dozen computers, that is not a dozen. Actually, you can connect dozen computers, okay, from my side. But okay, from study material point of view, it is half a dozen. That's true. Okay, that's a small error which we okay have to rectify, because we need to study as per our study material. But okay, as per me, okay, it is dozen, but as per your study material it is half a dozen. Okay, sorry. Okay, that's a mistake which we need to rectify. Any other question, sir? OSI model, I don't know. Okay, like what exactly you require, Satya? OSI model, TCP by IP model, okay, it takes lots and lots of time, Satya. Okay, if you could okay, if you could see the previous videos, that will help you out. Okay, like I think day number 6 or 7. Okay, you can check there where I have exclusively okay took TCP by IP and I mean OSI model and TCP IP. It's only side readings. Okay, that doesn't matter. Okay, so if you could see that particular things, that would be helpful. Yeah. No, sir, I'm not working in Big Four. I used to work in one of the Big Four for, I mean, I worked in Big Four for 3 years. Okay, after that, we cannot sustain the stress over there. Okay, so I left it. Okay, and right now I'm working in industry. So, okay, ask me anything relating to subjects, sir. Mutton biryani. Ibrahim, I won't eat non-veg, Ibrahim. I am vegetarian. So no special mutton biryani and all that stuff. Okay, anyways, okay. So thanks. Uh, Sai Kiran, nothing special, sir. I eat a tiffin because I have to teach. No, okay. If I eat biryani and all that stuff, no, I cannot teach. So today is like Upavasam only. Only one time I'll eat. So tomorrow's session, Ajay, I'll let you know because maybe I'll be taking in the early morning session, 7 to 9 that time. Okay, so I'll let you know. Okay, I cannot tell you if at all there is a possibility today evening only I'll take. Okay, let us see. Okay, let us see that. Okay, so any other question? Say model. Yeah, yeah. Day four topic is TCP by IP. Okay, Ajay, you if you can refer that, that would be an okay. That will be helpful. Okay. So, any other question from chapter 3, sir? Or shall I move to chapter 4? As you said, SFTP, no manual intervention. Yes, Ajay. The material is already there, Satya. You can download it. Okay. You have a link in, okay. I mean, you have a link in day 1, day 2, day 3. Go to day 1 class. Okay. Just click on that particular link. Okay. Give your details and you can download all the material. Okay. There is no restriction actually. Okay. 1:30 కదా సరే ఆ తాళం అక్కడ పెట్టేసి సరే. How it will generate requests? Okay, so it is automated programming, sir. Okay, so if you take an SFTP, it's an automated programming. It will be done. Okay, so it's not a big deal. Okay, so let us move to chapter 4. I hope you have okay, so if at all you have any questions, okay, you can okay text me anyways. Okay, so let us start chapter 4. Okay, so chapter 4, okay, is about information systems. Okay, so okay, so give me 1 minute. Okay, I have to upload another document. 1 minute. I'll come back. Okay, so let us start chapter 4. Okay, so actually this particular topic requires a basic thing. Okay, so what exactly is an information system and why do we require information system, etc. Okay, the basics of this particular topic is simple. Okay, we require information system for the purpose of automation, sir. Okay, why do we require information systems? Information systems are required for the purpose of automation. So what do you mean by automation? Automation is nothing but wherever you have a manual activity, if you replace that particular manual activity with a software, it is called as an okay automation. So basically information systems are required for the purpose of automation. Second thing, okay, uh, if you see this particular information system is nothing but a software actually. Okay, so which type of software, what is the software, etc., which we have studied in introduction to computers. So let me repeat it. Software is nothing but it consists of set of electronic instructions. Okay, and we have two types of softwares. First one is called as a system software, second is application software. So what do you mean by system software? A software which is used, okay, for the purpose of managing and controlling the hardware is called as a system software. Example, operating system. We have one more software called as an application software. Why do we require application software? Application software, we require application software for the purpose of okay, I mean solving business solving business problems, etc. Okay, so if you want to classify this particular information system as a software, you need to classify as an application software. So you take any information system which will be an application software itself. Okay, so what do you mean by information system? Information system is nothing but an application software which is required for the purpose of automating. Okay, so this information system, we have a standard definition. So what do you mean by information system? Information system is nothing but a combination of people, hardware, software, telecommunication networks, communication devices, storage, and other resources. Okay, so who are people? Like okay, the users, end users, like let us say Tally. Okay, so we'll be using Tally, so we are the users. Okay, now Tally corporation has developed a Tally software. Okay, so the developers are also called as people. Okay, the persons who are using a software, the persons who are developing the software are also called as people. So what do you mean by hardware? Basically, hardware basically is nothing but like a physical component of a computer, like which you can touch. Okay, like let us say tangible is called as tangible computer system is called as an hardware. Now what do you mean by software? As I said, it is nothing but an electronic instruction. Okay, what do you mean by network? Network is required for the purpose of transmitting the data from one point to another point. Okay, so communication devices, so communication devices are required for the purpose of transmitting the data. So storage devices, so can anyone tell me what do you mean by storage device? Storage devices. What do you mean by storage devices? What do you mean by storage device? HDD. Okay. So storage devices are nothing but hard disk drive or and permanent storage. Okay. So we have storage devices and other resources. So if you combine all these particular resources and if you give the data and it converts the data into information. So if you take data, so why do we require information systems? Sir? Basic information systems are required for the purpose of converting data into information, and how the information is presented by way of a report, so that a business executive can analyze this particular report to take a business decision. Okay, so this is a standard definition of an information system. So what is an information system? It's a combination of people, hardware, software, networks, communication devices, storage resources, other resources, which transforms data into information, and the information is presented by way of a report, so that a business executive can analyze this particular report to take a business decision. So this is a standard definition for information systems. Okay, so how many types of information systems basically we have? We have four levels: strategical level information system, management level information system, knowledge level information system, and operation level information systems. Okay, so what do you mean by what do you mean by an strategical level information system? Okay, now these information systems are used by an top level management. Okay, so the top level management or executive level management will be using this particular information system. So second is called as a management level information system. This level of information systems are used by middle level managers. Knowledge level information systems are generally used by knowledge workers, and operation level information systems are used by, okay, low level management. Okay, so let us start with the operational level. Example for operational level is TPS. Okay, so what do you mean by TPS? TPS is nothing but an operational level information system, and it should, if at all you want to call a particular information system as a TPS, it should follow four properties. Okay, first one, it should be able to collect the data, it should be able to store the data, it should be able to modify the data, it should be able to, okay, retrieve the data. Okay, now if any TPS is collecting data, storing data, modifying data, and retrieving data of any day-to-day transaction, that type of information system is called as transaction processing system. Okay, so like let us say if at all you take an IRCTC. Okay, so if you take IRCTC, okay, so why do we require IRCTC? For the purpose of booking railway ticket. Okay, so what exactly it is doing? It is collecting the data. Okay, now once it collects, it stores the data. Like whenever you want to, okay, see the data, you can see the data actually. Okay, can you modify the data? Yes. Okay, if you want to cancel the ticket, can you cancel the ticket? Yes. Okay, can you retrieve the data? Yes, you can retrieve the data. Okay, so these are the four properties you will be having. That is the reason it is called as a TPS. Okay, so what is the standard definition for TPS? TPS is nothing but an operation level information system which is required for the purpose of collecting, storing, modifying, and, okay, retrieving day-to-day transaction. Example like railway reservation system, banking systems, etc. Okay, now after that we have different stages in TPS. How many stages we have? Four stages. First one is data entry, second is transaction processing, third one is database maintenance, fourth one is report generation. So like even if you take a tally, okay, so do we have to enter the data? Yes, we need to enter the data. So without entering the data, can the system generate the report? No, it does not generate the report. The first stage for every information system should be data entry. Okay, so what do you mean by data entry? It captures the business data. So how do we capture this particular business data? This business data will be captured by using optical scanner and keyboard. What do you mean by optical scanner? Like let us say if at all you go to any big bazaar or okay DMart etc., they have a scanner. Okay, now let us say you have a product, they have using that particular optical scanner with the barcode, so all the details of the product will be directly entered into the system. Okay, so that is called as an optical scanner where we capture the data. So what do you mean by transaction processing? Transaction processing is nothing but conversion of data into information. So processing means conversion of data into information. So how many types we have? We have two types. First one is called as batch processing, second is online processing. Okay, so what do you mean by batch processing? If okay, a transaction is delayed for some time, it is called as batch processing. What do you mean by online processing? It is nothing but if a transaction is okay immediately completed or completing, that is called as online processing. A perfect example for batch processing is NEFT, NEFT. Okay, so if you see NEFT, okay, so once you initiate a transaction, it takes certain time for the purpose of completion of a transaction. That type of processing is called as batch processing. Online processing is nothing but once you initiate a transaction, immediately the transaction will be completed. Okay, a perfect example should be like your Paytm. Okay, is a perfect example. Okay, or online banking is called okay, where IMPS okay is called as a online processing. Okay, now, database maintenance is nothing but where we store the data and retrieve the data. It is used for the purpose of updating, and report generation. It generates okay variety of reports. So these are four stages we have in TPS. Okay. Now TPS attributes. Okay. So how many attributes we have? We have four attributes. First one is access control. Second is equivalent TPS. Third one is high speed, high volume TPS, and fourth one is trustworthy TPS. Okay. So what do you mean by access control? Access control is nothing but putting a ceiling to the user or putting a ceiling on the user. That means we will okay make a particular person or we will allow a particular person what to do and what not to do. Okay, for example, let us say if a person role is accounts payable, okay, he has to enter the data. Okay, let us assume in accounts payable report. Okay, so we restrict that particular person only to accounts payable, okay, so that he cannot able to see the other type of data. That is called as access control. Access control is nothing but putting a ceiling to the user. So people who are authorized to do an activity can do it. People who are not authorized or permitted to do an particular action, they cannot do anything. Okay, so that is called as an access control. Like let us say bank. Okay, now let us say you have three roles: teller, manager, and branch manager. Teller can do only debit and credit. Okay. Now let us assume if at all he wants to modify the data, teller wants to modify data. Can he modify the data? No. Even if he tries to modify the data, the system will tell you are not authorized to do this particular transaction. Okay. So that is called as an access control. Access control is nothing but putting a ceiling to the user. What you can do, what you cannot do. Okay. Next is called as equivalent TPS. So what do you mean by equivalent TPS? Equivalent TPS is nothing but always the data will be collected in the similar formats. Okay. What do you mean by similar formats? We design certain interfaces. For example, let us say if at all you take IRCTC. Okay. Now the reservation ticket. Okay. The process of collecting the data from the user. Okay. With the help of IRCTC, the format will be same for me. The format will be same for you. Okay. So if you want to book a railway ticket, the format will be same. If I want to book a railway ticket, the format will be same. Okay. So basic interfaces. Okay. We always follow similar formats for the purpose of collecting the data. For what purpose? For the purpose of achieving the effectiveness. Okay. So if at all you have a different formats, then you cannot process the data. That is the trouble. Okay. So always you have to maintain a similar formats. Next one is high speed, high volume TPS. So what do you mean by high speed, high volume TPS? It is nothing but every transaction has to be completed immediately and the data has to be sent to other person at the same time. Okay. For example, okay, like let us say I want to book a ticket. Okay. Like, sorry, I want to book a cab. Okay. Like Ola. Okay. Now, once I book a particular cab, okay, it has to send a confirmation to me and also to the cab driver at the same time. So if at all, okay, the message confirmation is received to me, but the message has not been received to the cab driver, then what will happen? Whether the cab driver will arrive at my particular point? No. Okay. So that is the reason when a transaction is completed, okay, the data has to be sent to other person immediately. Okay, this is very very important. Okay, and last one is called as a trustworthy TPS. What do you mean by trustworthy TPS? It is nothing but every TPS should be a robust one. Okay, so it should be a very robust one. That means every transaction has to be processed very fastly, and it has to follow certain rules. Okay, so these are TPS attributes. Okay, so what are TPS attributes? First one is access control, second is equivalent TPS, third one is high speed high volume TPS, and last one is trustworthy TPS. Okay, now let us move to the next one, TPS acid properties. So how many acid properties we have, sir? Four. First one is called as atomicity. Second is consistency. Third one is isolation. Fourth one is durability. Okay. So what do you mean by acid? Acid means atomicity, consistency, isolation, and durability. So what do you mean by atomicity? Atomicity is nothing but the transaction is either completed wholly or not at all. Okay. So atomicity is nothing but a transaction, either it has to be completed wholly or not at all. For example, if A wants to transfer certain money to B, okay, then two events should happen, debit and credit. Okay, now let us assume debit is completed, credit is not completed. Now can I call that particular transaction as a valid transaction? No. Now let us assume debit not completed, credit completed. Can I call that particular transaction as a valid transaction? No. Now if both debit and credit is completed, can I call it as a valid transaction? Yes. Okay. So what do you mean by atomicity? Atomicity is nothing but either a transaction has to be completed wholly or not at all. The second one is called as consistency. What do you mean by consistency? Every transaction should follow certain set of rules or conditions. Okay. Now before initiation of a transaction, it has to follow certain condition. For example, like let us say I want to transfer rupees 30,000 from account A to account B. Now let us say account A is only having 20,000. Okay, at the time of initiation, okay, now let us assume without checking, okay, it is transferring the amount from account A to account B. Now can I call it as a valid transaction? No. Okay, now before transferring the money, it has to check whether account A is having sufficient balance or not. If the sufficient balance is not there, it has to give an error saying that, okay, insufficient fund. Okay, insufficient fund, and it should not allow the transfer. Okay, so let us say if account A is having 50,000. Okay, now can I allow the transfer from account A to account B? Yes. Okay, it will check first what is the balance of account A, 50,000. Yes, then transfer the money from account A to account B. So that is called as consistency. And next one is called as isolation. So what do you mean by isolation? Isolation is nothing but every transaction has to be performed in isolation. Isolation means separately. Okay, however it has to appear. Okay, this word is important. What do you mean by appearance? Okay, it is only a fictional thing, but actually how exactly it is happening? It is happening in isolation or separately, but it should appear as if the transaction is happening or performing simultaneously. Okay, so if at all you take, okay, like again example, I want to transfer certain money from account A to account B. Okay, first which should happen? Debit should happen first, then credit should happen. Okay, one after another. Okay, but from the point of user, it has to appear as if debit and credit is happening simultaneously, but in reality it does not happen like that. Okay, it happens first, okay, debit first then credit. Okay, and last one is called as a durability. So what do you mean by durability? Durability is nothing but once a transaction is completed, you cannot undone, okay, that particular transaction. That is called as durability. So these are four acid properties. First one is atomicity, second is consistency, third one is isolation, fourth one is durability. Atomicity is nothing but once a transaction is completed, it cannot be, oh sorry, the transaction is either to be completed wholly or not at all. Consistency is nothing but it has to follow certain rules or condition. Isolation is nothing but every transaction has to be performed in isolation. However, it has to appear as if the transaction is performed simultaneously. And what do you mean by durability? Durability is nothing but once the transaction is completed, it cannot be undone. Okay, so these are, okay, four topics which we have under TPS. Okay, now can you tell me what are TPS attributes? What are TPS attributes? So what are TPS attributes, sir? Okay, very good. So access control, equivalent TPS, high speed, high volume TPS, and okay, trustworthy TPS. So these are four attributes, okay, of TPS. Okay. Now, uh, what do you mean by isolation? What do you mean by isolation? What do you mean by isolation? So, what do you mean by isolation, sir? Very good. Okay. Every transaction will be happening separately, but it appears as if the transaction, okay, is going on simultaneously from the user's point of view. But from the system's point of view, how it will happen one after other. Okay. So, very good. Okay. So, let us do one thing. Okay. We'll break for lunch. Okay. So, we'll have, okay, like 30 minutes, not I mean, let us take 35 minutes of break. So now the time is 1 5. Okay, so we'll come back at 1:40. Okay, so 1:40 will join. uh, we'll continue with chapter 2. Chapter 2 will take another 2 or 2, like 1.5 hour it will take to complete. So we'll complete chapter 2. Okay, and we'll move to chapter 5. Sorry, chapter 4 will complete and we'll move to chapter 5. Okay, so let us break for lunch. Okay, so let us come back again at 1:40. 1:40. Okay. So we have started information systems. Okay, so we are done with the definition of information systems. We are done with components of information systems, and we are done with types of information systems. We are done with TPS. Okay, so we are done with stages in TPS. How many stages we have? Four: data entry, transaction processing, uh, database maintenance. Am I audible? Okay, so we are done with okay, stages in TPS. How many stages we have? Four: data entry, transaction processing, database maintenance, and report generation. So what do you mean by batch processing? Okay, anyone? What do you mean by batch processing? What do you mean by batch processing? What do you mean by batch processing? A transaction is delayed for some time, that is called as batch processing. So we have studied online processing as well. Okay, accumulated and processed periodically. That's also right. Process periodically, yes. Okay, so we studied okay different types of processing as well. Okay, we studied attributes of TPS. How many attributes we have? Four: access controls, equivalent TPS, high speed high volume TPS, trustworthy TPS. And also we studied TPS attribute acid properties. A means atomicity, C means consistency, I means isolation, D means durability. Okay, so operational level information systems we are done. Now let us move to knowledge level information systems. Okay, so what do you mean by knowledge level information systems? These information systems are required for the purpose of storing and retrieving knowledge. Okay, so basically we know data. Data is nothing but raw facts. We know information. What do you mean by information? Information is nothing but processed data is called as information. So, what do you mean by knowledge? Knowledge is nothing but someone's experience, okay, or recording someone's experience is called as knowledge. So, what do you mean by knowledge management system or knowledge, okay, information system? It is nothing but where we can able to store and retrieve knowledge, okay. In that, we have one example called as knowledge management system. So, what exactly is KMS? Now, it is nothing but a repository, okay. So what do you mean by repository? Repository is nothing but a place where you store, okay, and retrieve knowledge, okay. So it is nothing but a repository which is required for the purpose of storing knowledge, retrieving knowledge. It locates knowledge, it improves collaboration, and also it performs data mining, okay. And it is implemented as an organization policy. So what do you mean by organization policy? Throughout, okay, the entire organization, everybody has to record the knowledge, okay. And you have two types of knowledge. First one is called as an explicit knowledge. Second is called as tacit knowledge. Okay. So what do you mean by explicit knowledge? A knowledge which can be converted into a document is called as explicit knowledge. Like let us say English grammar is an explicit knowledge. What do you mean by tacit knowledge? Tacit knowledge is nothing but a knowledge which cannot be converted into a document is called as a tacit knowledge. Example like common sense, okay, like a person's experience, okay, is called as a tacit knowledge, okay. So this is about knowledge management system. Knowledge management system is nothing but it's a repository which is required for the purpose of storing, retrieving, locating, improves collaboration and performs data mining, okay. It is implemented as an organization policy. How many types of knowledge we have? We have two types of knowledge. First one is called as an explicit knowledge, second is called as tacit knowledge. What do you mean by explicit knowledge? Any knowledge which can be converted into a document is called as explicit knowledge. What do you mean by tacit knowledge? Any knowledge which cannot be converted into a document is called as a tacit knowledge. Okay, so this is about knowledge management system. Now let us move to the next. information system, that is decision support systems. Okay. Now, what do you mean by decision support systems? These decision support systems are the information systems which are required for the purpose of solving a business problem. Okay, so if at all you have a problem, these decision support systems will give you an appropriate solution. Now it is always the user or the manager who has to take the final decision. Okay, so this particular decision support system consists of four components. The first component is called as user interface. Second component is called as databases. So let us take second component as planning languages. Third component is databases. Fourth component is model. Okay. Now, what do you mean by what is the first component? User interface. What is a user interface? User interface is required for the purpose of interacting with the decision support system. Now, without this particular user interface, can a user give the problem to the decision support system? It is not possible. Okay. So it is nothing but an interface through which a user will give a question and decision support system will solve that particular question and gives an appropriate answers. Okay, so this user interfaces, who will, this decision support system, who will use it? Okay, experts will use decision support systems. Who are experts? Manager, accountant, auditors, etc. are considered as an experts. Now, why do we require this particular decision support system? Decision support systems are used for the purpose of solving semi-structured problems and unstructured problems. Okay, now what do you mean by semi-structured problem? A semi-structured problem is nothing but which cannot be fully automized. Okay, is called as a semi-structured problem. Okay, that means a part will be computed by the information systems, but the final decision should be taken by the person only. Okay, an unstructured problem is nothing but it's a new problem where you have to take an imaginary data. Okay, because you don't have a similar type of problems which were solved previously, and more human intuition will be used for the purpose of solving this type of problems. But semi-structured and unstructured problems we can solve using decision support systems like capital budgeting problems. Okay, like calculation of NPV, IRR, or ratio analysis, etc. All these particular problems can be solved using decision support systems. Okay, those are called as semi-structured problems. Okay, now, whether this particular user will be having an technical knowledge, okay, no, the user will not be having a technical knowledge. He'll be having a knowledge called as a domain knowledge. Okay, so what do you mean by domain knowledge? Domain knowledge is nothing but, okay, like let us say a person works in a bank for 15 years. Okay, now that particular person will be having a knowledge called as a domain knowledge, how exactly bank functions. Okay, so that is called as an domain knowledge. What do you mean by technical knowledge? This person cannot write a program to solve the problem, but he knows a domain knowledge. Using the data, he can able to solve the problem. Okay, so this is the first component called as user interface. Second component is planning languages. So why do we require planning languages? Planning languages are required to take the data from the user and to take the data from the databases and to submit the data to the model. Okay, so why do we require planning languages? Planning languages move the data from the user and the databases to the model. However, we have two types of planning languages. First one is called as general purpose planning language. Second is called as special purpose planning language. Okay, now what do you mean by general purpose planning language? Okay, this particular language is used to do small analysis of data, and also it performs small arithmetical calculations. What do you mean by arithmetical calculations? Like plus, minus, multiplication, division, etc. It will do. And when do we use special purpose planning language? When the volume of data is very huge, at that time it will use special purpose planning language. Okay, we have certain languages called as SAS, SPSS, etc. So these languages are used for the purpose of arriving at a solution when the volume of data is very huge. For example, let us say out of total Indian population, I want to know how many people, okay, are having BMW car. Okay, so the volume of data is very huge. At that time, we cannot use general purpose planning language. We'll be using special purpose planning language. Okay. Now, next one is called as databases. So, why do we require databases? Databases are required for the purpose of storing and retrieving data. So, how many types of data, okay, it uses? We have four types of data: internal data, external data, routine data, and non-routine data. So, what do you mean by internal data? The data generated within an organization is called as internal data, like sales data, expense data, etc. What do you mean by external data? The data which is generated outside an organization is called as an external data, like bank interest rate, repo rate, reverse repo rate, etc. What do you mean by routine data? Day-to-day generation data is called as routine data. What do you mean by non-routine data? Seasonal data is called as non-routine data. Like let us say Diwali festival. Okay, So during that or Christmas, okay, so during that particular time the number of transactions will be high. So that particular period the data is called as non-routine data. Other than that festival season, etc., it is called as routine data. So these are four types of data databases will store. And what do you mean by model? Model is considered as a brain of a decision support system. Generally it is used for the purpose of manipulations and calculations. And okay, once it calculates, it provides an appropriate solution. Okay, so here the final decision, like let us say I want to calculate NPV, okay, of project A, project B, and project C. Okay, so it will give what is NPV of project A, what is NPV of project B, what is NPV of project C, and who has to take the final decision. It is always the user who has to take the final decision. Decision support systems will not give a recommendation or suggestion which solution to adopt. No, okay. So final decision has to be taken by the user only. Okay, so that is called as a decision support system. Now after that, let us move to next one called as management level information system. Now, what is management level information system? Okay, middle level managers will use this type of information systems. Okay, so if you see, TPS will be used by operation level. Okay, and knowledge management is used by knowledge level persons. Okay, management level information systems are used by middle level managers, whereas an executive level information systems are used by top level management. Okay, so let us see these particular management level information systems. So management level information systems is nothing but it is used by middle level managers like sales manager, inventory manager, accounts manager, etc. Now, what exactly MIS will do? MIS will provide timely data, accurate data, and up to date data. Now, what do you mean by timely data? Whenever the user is requesting, at that particular time, it has to provide the data. What do you mean by accurate data? Accurate data is nothing but the data without any errors is called as accurate data. What do you mean by up to date data? Up to date data is nothing but till that particular point of time I want to do analysis at 2 o'clock. Okay, so exactly at 2 o'clock how much data is there, it has to provide. Okay, so that is called as up to date data. Okay, so these data, okay, what do? They generate regular reports. Okay, it cannot generate tailor-made reports. Always it generates a reports called as regular report. It is used for planning, analysis, and for the purpose of taking a decision. Okay, from where MIS will get the data? So the output of MIS, okay, so the output of the output of TPS will become an input to MIS. Okay, so can anyone tell me what is the first stage of TPS? What is the first stage of TPS? What is the first stage of TPS? Or data entry. Okay, so the last stage, okay, is report generation or data. That last stage will be given as an input to this MIS. Okay, very good. Okay, so the last stage, okay, the output of TPS will become an input to MIS. Now, what is the speciality of MIS? It always provide pre-selected data. Okay, like let us say if at all, okay, we have a sales manager, it provides only sales related data. It will not provide any data related to inventory or any data related to accounts. No, it will not provide, or it will not provide. Okay, it will provide the data as per the user role. Okay, so that is called as a pre-selected data. Okay, so it is nothing but an access control again. Okay, so this is about management level information systems. Okay, now the last level of information system is executive level information system. Now what exactly is an executive level information system is? Okay, now this executive level information system is not considered as a piece of hardware or software. Okay, so what do you mean by piece of hardware or software? Okay, you cannot go to the market and you cannot directly purchase I want EAS. No, you cannot purchase that particular thing. Okay, it is considered as an infrastructure. Okay, a company's infrastructure. That means every company has to develop its own executive level information systems. You cannot directly purchase this particular information system. Now, what exactly this executive level information system will do? It combines both internal data and external data. Okay, so we studied internal data and external data. So what do you mean by internal data? What do you mean by internal data? What do you mean by internal data? So data generated within an organization is called as an internal data. Only a particular, okay, so data generated within an organization is called as internal data. Perfect. Okay. So what exactly it will do? It combines both internal and external data, and okay, it converts the data into a condensed view or a graphical view. What do you mean by condensed view or a graphical view? Like let us say it converts the data into a pie chart or a bar diagram. Okay, so that the higher level, because the higher level management will not have so much of time to see the numbers and all. Okay, always you have to present the data in an, okay, a diagrammatic representation or a graphical representation. Okay, so this is about executive level information systems. So how many components we have? We have four components: hardware, software, user interface, and telecommunication network. Okay, so with this we have completed different levels of information systems. Okay, so how many levels of information systems we have, sir? We have four levels. Okay, first one is called as, so we have four levels of information systems. Operation level information system, TPS, we have completed. Knowledge level information system, KMS, we have completed. Management level information system, we studied management information system. Strategical level information systems, we have studied, okay, executive level information systems, or it is also called as strategical level information systems. So with this we have completed different levels of information systems. Okay, so we are done with the decision support systems as well. So okay, we are done with, okay, executive level information systems as well. Okay, now let us go to the next topic. Okay, again, okay, this particular topic is important of access and privilege controls. Okay, so how do you provide access controls? Okay, we have a concept called as identity management. We have a concept called as identity management. So this identity management, okay, is nothing but, okay, so how do you provide access controls using identity management? Now let us see the definition of identity management. Identity management is nothing but, if a subject, okay, is attempting to access an object, okay, attempting, okay, that means he has not entered into the object space. Okay, now here in the exam you are supposed to use subject and object itself. Okay, please don't use any other word. Okay, so in this particular topic specifically, you need to write, you should not write user, you should not write customer, nothing. Okay, you have to use subject and object. Okay, so if a subject is attempting to access an object, okay, then it is called as, if at all you are verifying that particular thing, then it is called as identity management. Okay, so what do you mean by identity management? Verifying the identity when a subject is attempting to access an object is called as identity management. Okay, so before he enters into the object space, if at all you verify whether the user is an authenticated user or not, it is called as identity management. However, does it provide 100% security? No, it does not provide 100% security. It only provides a probability of security, like 60%, 70% only it will provide. Okay. Now, now, okay, we have three pillars of identity management. Okay, so what are the three pillars of identity management? First one is called as authentication, second is authorization, third one is accountability. So what do you mean by authentication? Verifying the subject at the point of object, okay, is called as authentication. What do you mean by authentication? If you verify a subject's identity at the point of object, that means a subject has entered into an object space. Let us say if the subject wants to use the printer, at the time when you are using a printer, if at all I am doing a verification, then it is called as an authentication. So what do you mean by authentication? Verifying the subject identity at the point of object. The word at the point of object, these words you should not change, sir. Okay, so if you use a different word, you are not going to get the marks. Okay, so you have to use the same word. Okay, now what do you mean by authorization? Authorization is nothing but which subject can access which resource. Okay, which subject can access which resource. What do you mean by which subject can access which resource? For example, I define in the system that an assistant manager will have only access to printer. Okay, and deputy manager will be having an access to printer and scanner. Okay, now let us say if assistant manager is trying to access the scanner, the system will say you are not authorized to use scanner. Okay, so what exactly we are doing? We are limiting, we are restricting the user which resource to use. That is called as authorization. And last one is called as accountability. What do you mean by accountability? Accountability is nothing but, okay, maintaining, okay, or tracking the users, okay, from identity management, authentication and authorization using audit trials or log, okay, is called as accountability. So how do we track it? By audit trial. For example, this is an audit trial. Okay, so this is audit trial, or it is also called as log. Okay, now if you go to any private networks, okay, so uh, in private networks, okay, always, okay, people, I mean, how do we track a user? We'll track a user using audit trail or logs. Okay, like if at all a person is using a printer, okay, everything will be recorded in this particular audit trail. Okay, so printer at what time, how many pages he has printed, etc., all these particular things will be recorded. Okay, so that is called as accountability. So this is about, okay, importance of access and privilege controls. Okay, so how do we implement these access controls? Using identity management. So what do you mean by identity management? Attempting to access an object, okay, sorry, verifying the identity who is attempting to access an object is called as identity management. Does it provide 100% security? No, it doesn't provide 100% security. It provides only a probability of security. Okay, and what are the three pillars of identity management? Authentication and authentication, authorization and accountability. What do you mean by authentication? Verifying the subject's identity at the point of object. This is the second level of security. What do you mean by authorization? Which subject can access which resource? That means we will be restricting the user which resources he can use. What do you mean by accountability? Accountability is nothing but audit trail. Okay, so maintaining audit trail or log is called as accountability. So after that, we have approaches to access controls. So how many approaches we have? We have three approaches. First one is called as role based access control. Second is called as rule based access control. Third one is called as least user privilege control. So how many approaches we have, sir? We have three approaches. First one is, okay, role based access control. Second is rule based access control. Third one is least user privilege control. Okay, so what do you mean by role based access control? If rights and permissions are assigned based on a role, okay, then it is called as role based access control. Okay, so what do you mean by role based access control? If you are assigning certain rights and permission based on a user role, then it is called as a role based access control. This example I already told you. Like let us say role of, okay, teller. Now what are the privileges we are assigning? We are assigning only debit and credit. Okay, that means he can deposit a transaction on and he can withdraw a transaction. Okay, can he modify or rectify an error? No. Okay, so if you see a manager, he can do debit, he can do credit, and he can rectify the errors. Okay, so that is the privilege. Okay, if teller tries to rectify a mistake, will the system will allow? No, it will not allow. It will tell you are not authorized to do this particular transaction. Okay, second one is called as a rule based access control. What do you mean by rule based access control? If specific rules are allocated on a role, like let us say assistant manager. Okay, so assistant manager, if he applies leave, okay, to whom the request should be sent? The request should be sent to deputy manager. Whether deputy manager can approve assistant manager leave? Yes. Okay, whether, okay, manager can approve assistant manager leave? Yes. Okay, whether assistant manager can approve his own leave? No. Okay, so basically this rule based access control will tell what can happen, what cannot happen. Okay, like if deputy manager can approve, assistant manager leave can happen. Okay, assistant manager cannot approve assistant manager leave. Okay, it cannot happen. Okay, so rule based access controls will tell what can happen and what cannot happen. Okay, last one is called as least user privilege control. Now this particular control is required, okay, where we assign only few privileges based on work profile. Okay, so if you are assigning certain privileges based on a work profile, it is called as least user privilege control. Okay, so these are, okay, three approaches we have. Okay, now let us move to specialized information systems. Okay, so we have two information systems which are considered as a specialized information systems. Okay, now what is the first information system? That is customer relationship management. Okay, so CRM. So why do we require customer relationship management? To maintain a relationship with the customer, to maintain customers loyalty, okay, brand value, and to resolve customer problems. Okay, for that particular reason we require customer relationship management. Basically, like let us say if the product is not working, okay, when the customer is trying, okay, when the customer records a particular problem, immediately the company has to respond. Okay, if you don't respond, what will happen? The brand value of the company will go down. Okay, so he will tell to, like, he'll upload that particular transaction, okay, over Facebook, etc., and it becomes a viral one, and brand value of the company will come down. Nowadays, brand value is also very very important for a company to grow. Okay, so that is the reason whenever the customer is coming with a problem, we have to record that particular problem and we have to provide an appropriate solution. Okay, so that is about CRM. And next one is supply chain management. So what is supply chain management? Now this particular supply chain management integrates all the departments together. Okay, so always it starts with a customer, always it ends with a customer. So why do we require this supply chain management? To integrate all the departments together. Okay, so basically we have, like, let us say sales department, procurement, operations, logistics. Okay, so in order to integrate all the departments together, in order to deliver the product, the basic objective of supply chain management is to deliver the project at to deliver the goods at the right time, maintaining a right quality. Okay, so this particular supply chain management ensures that particular aspect. Okay, so these are two specialized information systems we have. Okay, so what are two specialized information systems? First one is CRM, second is, okay, supply chain management. Okay, now let me put a question. So what do you mean by RAC? Okay, what do you mean by RAC? What do you mean by RAC? Okay, very good. Okay, so it is rule based access control. Okay, can you tell me what do you mean by pre-selected data? What do you mean by pre-selected data? What do you mean by pre-selected data? Anyone? So pre-selected data is nothing but based on the role. If you are providing the data or making a person to see the data based on his role, okay, so that is called as pre-selected data. Okay, MIS will get the data from which information system? MIS will get the data from which information system? MIS will get the data from which information system? Very good. Okay, so MIS will get the data from TPS. Very good. How many types of planning languages we have? How many types of planning languages we have? So we have two types of planning languages. First one is special purpose planning language. Second is general purpose planning language. Okay. Now, which planning language is used to do the analysis on huge volume of data? Which planning language is required to do the analysis on huge volume of data? Okay, so very good. Okay, special purpose planning language is required to, okay, do the analysis of huge volume of data. Very good. Okay, now who has to take the final decision in decision support systems? Who has to take the final decision in decision support systems? Okay, so manager, or we can call it as user. Okay, any user or expert. Okay, so expert will take the final decisions. Okay, so it will not provide an, okay, direct solution always. Okay, and expert will, okay, user or expert has to take a decision. Very good. Okay, now let us move to the next concept, business intelligence softwares. Okay, so these business intelligence softwares are required for the purpose of analyzing the data to take a business decisions. Okay, so generally, okay, now we have a normal set of information systems like TPS, MIS, okay, executive information systems, etc. But we have other type of information systems called as business intelligence softwares. Now these particular softwares are required for the purpose of doing the analysis of data. Okay, so basically the top level management will use this type of information systems to arrive at a business decision. Okay, now how many types of tools we have? We have five types of tools. First one is called as simple reporting and querying tool. Second is business analytical tool. Third one is dashboard. Fourth one is scorecard. Fifth one is data mining. Okay, now let us see the first one, simple reporting and querying tool. Now what exactly is a simple reporting and querying tool? Okay, is it consists of a software called as data warehousing. Okay, or we can call it as a data warehouse. Okay, so what exactly data warehouse will do? It collects the data from, okay, different sources. Okay, so what do you mean by different sources? Like it can be an enterprise software like Tally, SAP, Oracle Finance, etc., and from different hardware like servers, etc., even from an Excel sheet. What does it do? It collects the data and stores the data at a single place, okay, or at a single location. Okay, that means in simple, the data which is scattered, okay, around different places, it takes the data or collects the data and places the data at one place. Okay, not only collecting the data, what does it do? It performs cleaning, it summarizes the data, and it converts the data into a single format. Okay, so what does it do, sir? Okay, it cleans the data. What do you mean by cleaning? For example, if at all you see this particular table, okay, now this table consists of employee data. Okay, now if you see okay, if you see this particular row, okay, it is empty. So what exactly is cleaning? Okay, so it takes first row and it takes the third row and it deletes the second row. Okay, that is called as cleaning in me. Okay, wherever you have an half data, or whether the when the row is empty, okay, it deletes that particular data. That is called as cleaning. Okay, now what do you mean by summarizing? Okay, summarizing is nothing but, okay, 1 2 3 you have rows. Okay, second column it will remove. Summarizing means 1 and 3 only you will be having. Okay, and it converts the data into single format. What do you mean by single format? Like let us say if at all you have certain data in Excel sheet dot xls, you have certain data in pdf dot pdf. Okay, it combines the data together and it converts the data into a single format. You will not have multiple formats like Excel sheet, okay, dot txt or dot doc, etc. No, you will not be having data in multiple formats. You'll be having the data in single format. Why it will convert the data into single format? So that other applications can use them. So this is about simple reporting and querying tool. Okay, so what do you mean by simple reporting and querying tool? Okay, it is nothing but a software which collects the data from various sources and places the data at one location. It performs cleaning, summarizing, and conversion of data. Okay, conversion of data into a single format so that other applications can use them. So this is how you have to write in the exam. Okay, next one is called as business analytical tool. What do you mean by business analytical tool? It is nothing but whenever user asks a query, it generates, okay, a report in a two-dimensional format. Okay, what does it do? It generates a report in a two-dimensional format. So what do you mean by two-dimensional format? Okay, rows and columns, okay, is called as a two-dimensional format. Okay, so you have certain rows and you have certain columns, that is called as two-dimensional format. For example, like if I ask a query, okay, how many employees are there in my organization, okay, it generates a report like this, employee data. So you have rows and columns. Okay, the report, this report is called as a two-dimensional report. Okay, so it is called as row and columns, or you can call it as row after row. Okay, that also is fine. Okay, so it uses a basic concept called as ETL. Okay, sometimes they'll be asking you in the exam, what do you mean by ETL? ETL is nothing but extract, transform, load. Okay, so what do you mean by extract? Extracting the data from various sources. That means, like, let us say you have certain data from TPS, it extracts the data from TPS. Okay, now transform, conversion of data as per the business requirement. Okay, so what do you mean by as per the business requirement? Like, let us say I want to know how much quantity of iron is required, okay, in an financial year. Okay, so whenever, like, let us say my company is a manufacturing company, so whenever I purchase, the vendor will be giving me an invoice. I have to record that particular data into TPS. So I want to know how much quantity of iron is required. So when I ask a query, so what exactly this business analytical tool will do? It will go to, okay, TPS, first stage, extract. Okay, what do you mean by extract? Extracting the data from various sources. That means it takes the data from TPS. Once it takes the data, okay, you have so many columns. Okay, do I require all the columns? No, I require only quantity. Okay, it will take only that particular quantity column. That is called as transformation. Now once, okay, it takes that particular column, okay, what does it do? Okay, it loads the data into database. Okay, so it loads the data into database so that the user can perform analysis. Okay, so this is called as business analytical tool. Okay, it's a very important concept, sir. Sometimes they will be asking you, what do you mean by ETL? ETL means extract, transform and load. Okay, next one is called as dashboard. So what do you mean by dashboard? Dashboard is nothing but this dashboard will take the data from data warehouse. Okay, like that, if at all you see this simple reporting and querying tool. Okay, once the conversion happens into a single format, I told you other applications can use them. Okay, so what are the other applications? It is the dashboard. So it takes the data from dashboard and converts the data into a snapshot. Okay, so what do you mean by snapshot? Snapshot is nothing but instead of presenting the entire data, it only presents only important chunks of data or important data. That is called as snapshot. Okay, for example, like, let us say, okay, I am a non-commerce guy. Okay, so but I want to see the financial statements of the company. Okay, now if you give me the balance sheet, P&L, okay, so what do I do? Okay, so I present the data in a different format. Like, let us say profit, okay, 2017, okay, $1 million. Okay, 2018, okay, like $1.5 million. Okay, year on year, okay, I, okay, draw a small bar diagram and I'll show that particular aspects to the end user. Okay, that is called as snapshot. That means we will not present the entire data to the user. Instead, what are the important aspects which we have, we convert that particular data into a small graphical representation like pie diagram, bar diagram, etc., and we show that particular data to the user. That is called as dashboard. Okay, so dashboard basically converts the data into a snapshot. Okay, so after that we have okay, we have two more things like okay, like scorecard and data mining that you can read. Okay, after that we have expert systems. Okay, so we studied decision support systems, right? So who will use decision support systems? Who will use decision support systems? Decision support systems are used by, So decision support systems are used by an expert, whereas okay, if you see this particular expert systems are used by only okay non-experts. Okay, non-experts will use these expert systems. Okay, so how many components we have? We have five components. First one is knowledge acquisition facility. So what do you mean by knowledge acquisition facility? It is a place, okay, where a knowledge engineer, okay, knowledge engineer is nothing but a person who can write a program is a knowledge engineer. And expert, who is an expert? Expert is nothing but a person, okay, who has an functional knowledge about that particular thing. Okay, so okay, he takes the data, okay, and he converts that particular data into a program. Okay, so that is called as knowledge acquisition facility. Knowledge acquisition facility is nothing but okay, a knowledge engineer collects the data from an expert. Okay, that is called as knowledge acquisition facility. Once he collects, okay, it comes the next stage called as knowledge base. Now in this knowledge base, okay, we have certain data, information, knowledge, rules of thumb. Okay, so these are the things which you have. Okay, so you have data, information, knowledge, rules, and rules of thumb. Okay, so this is called as knowledge base. Okay, next is called as inference engine. So what do you mean by inference engine? Inference engine is nothing but it's a simulation of human brain. Okay, how exactly a human brain will think, the same way this inference engine will, okay, do the comparison with the knowledge base for the purpose of arriving at a solution. Okay, so why do we require user interfaces? User interfaces are required for the purpose of interacting with the okay expert system. Now why do we require explanation facility? Explanation facilities are required in order to explain, okay, in order to explain how okay exactly they have arrived at a solution. Okay, entire explanation will be provided by the expert system. So this is about expert systems. So how many components we have? We have five components. Okay, knowledge acquisition facility, knowledge base, inference engine, user interface, and explanation facility. Okay, now let us come to okay layers of information systems. So this particular topic is from chapter 2, but okay, we'll be completing here. Okay, so let us come to layers of information systems. Okay, this is important for your exam. So layers of information systems, how many layers we have? We have six layers. Okay, so what are six layers? First one is called as an hardware layer. Second one is operating system layer. Third one is database management system layer. Fourth layer is network layer. Fifth layer is application software layer, and last layer is end user. Okay, so how many layers we have, sir? We have six layers. First one is hardware layer. Second one is okay operating system layer. Third one is database management system layer. Fourth one is network layer. Fifth one is application software layer, and sixth one is end user. Okay, so what do you mean by hardware layer? Okay, hardware layer is nothing but any physical components of a computer is called as hardware. Okay, so let us okay see the first hardware unit, that is called as processor. So what do you mean by processor? Processor is nothing but an hardware device which is required for the purpose of executing instructions, and also it is required for the purpose of managing the hardware. Okay, now it is also called as CPU or brain of a computer. What is the material we use, sir? We use a material called as silicon. What do you mean by silicon? 100% pure sand. Okay, now it has three functional units. First one is called as control unit. Second is arithmetical logical unit. Third one is internal memory. So how many types of or how many functional units we have? We have three functional units: control unit, arithmetical logical unit, and internal memory. Okay, so what do you mean by control unit? Control unit controls flow of data and instructions. Okay, so what exactly control unit will do? It controls okay flow of data and instructions. Arithmetical logical unit performs two things. First one is called as arithmetical calculation. Second is called as logical operations. Arithmetical calculations means plus, minus, multiplication, and division. Logical operations means and, or, etc. Okay. So internal memory is divided into two types. First one is called as register. Second is called as cache. Okay. So what do you mean by register? Register is nothing but a small component, okay, where it can store a small amount of data, like it can store about 16 bits, bits, or 32 bits. Okay, so 16 ones and zeros it can, ones or zeros it can store, or 32 ones and zeros it can store. It's a very very small okay storage. Now what do you mean by cache? Cache is nothing but okay this particular component is required to compensate the speed differences between devices. Okay, so we have registers. Registers are nothing but a small memory unit where it can store small amounts of data. How many types of registers we have? We have four types of registers. First one is called as accumulator. Second is called as address register. Third one is called as data register. Fourth one is called as miscellaneous registers. Okay. So what do you mean by accumulator? Accumulator is nothing but, okay, it will perform accumulation. Like let us say you have 10, 20, 30, 40. What is an accumulated value for 10? It is 10. What is an accumulated value for 20? It is 30. That is 20 plus 10. What is an accumulated value for 30? It is 60. Okay, 30 plus 20, 50 plus 10, 60. And what is an accumulated value for 40? It is 100. Okay, so 30 plus 20, 50, 60 plus 40. Okay, 100. Okay, so that is called as accumulator. What do you mean by address registers? Address registers are required to store the address. Okay, now whenever you are storing the data, it will be stored in a particular address. Okay, so if the processor wants to access that particular data or instruction, it has to go to that particular specific address. Okay, so address registers are generally store the address of the instruction. Now, why do we require data registers? Data registers are required for the purpose of storing the data. Miscellaneous registers are generally required for the purpose of storing the result or for general purpose. Okay, so these are four types of registers we have. And why do we require cache? Cache is required for the purpose of compensating the speed differences between, okay, devices. Okay, so generally it will be placed in between processor and main memory. Okay, so it will be placed in between processor and memory. Why do we require this particular cache? Because processor is considered as a high speed device, whereas main memory is lower than that. Okay, so in order to compensate the speed differences, we require this cache memory. Okay, now after that, okay, you already know what is main memory. So main memory is nothing but which is required for the purpose of storing data temporarily. We have two types of main memory again. First one is called as RAM, second one is called as ROM. What do you mean by RAM? RAM is nothing but random access memory, and this memory is used by only users. Okay, so it is volatile, and okay, it can be read and written. Okay, so what do you mean by volatile? What do you mean by volatile? What do you mean by volatility? What do you mean by volatility? Volatility is nothing but storing the data temporarily is called as volatile. Okay, very good. Okay, so if you are storing the data temporarily, it is called as volatile. Okay, so if you see REM is volatile in nature. Okay, whereas ROM is non-volatile. What do you mean by non-volatile? It stores the data even the power is not there. Okay, so ROM is nothing but read-only memory. Who will use this particular ROM? Only manufacturers. Okay, so this is about main memory. We know about input devices and output devices. Input devices are required for the purpose of interacting with the system. Why do we require output devices? Output devices are required, okay, for the purpose of showing the result. Okay, and lastly we have storage devices. So why do we require storage devices? Storage devices are required for the purpose of storing the data permanently. Okay, so these are four hardware resources. So we are studying layers of information systems. So what is the first layer, sir? First layer is hardware layer. Okay, now let us move to second layer, that is called as operating system layer. Okay, so let us move to the next one, operating system layer. So what is an operating system? Anyone? What do you mean by operating system? What do you mean by operating system? Yes, it is a system software. Okay, so operating system is nothing but a system software. Why do we require operating system, sir? Operating system is required for the purpose of, okay, managing and controlling the hardware. Okay, so operating system is required for the purpose of managing and controlling the hardware, and we have certain basic functions that we'll see. Okay, so what are the basic functions of an operating system? First one, performing hardware and software functions. Okay, so what do you mean by performing hardware and software functions? It performs three functions. First one, it accepts the data from the user and displays it on the application software. That means whenever you are typing on the keyboard, operating system will listen to your keystrokes and it takes the data and it puts the data on the application software. For example, like let us say if at all you open MS Word and if you type something on the keyboard, operating system will take the data and put the data on that MS Word. Okay, so second one is called as, okay, it retrieves a file from a storage device. Okay, that means whenever you are searching, if you do the searching, okay, it searches that particular file. Like let us say control F. Okay, if you press control F, okay, and give the file name, it searches the entire hard disk and gives where exactly the file is there. Okay, and last one, it displays the result on output device. Okay, that means let us say add 20 comma 30. Okay, add 20 comma 30 means, okay, 50. The 50 will be displayed on the, okay, monitor. So that is called as, that is okay, performing, I mean displaying result on the output device. Okay, next one is user interface. So this particular operating system, okay, we have a critical component called as user interface. We have two types of user interfaces. First one is called as command prompt, second is called as graphical user interface. Okay, so what do you mean by command prompt? Command prompt is nothing but, okay, like whatever you do, you have to give a command. Okay, so like let us say copy. Okay, so you have a command. Paste, you have a command. Okay, like creation of a path, you have a command. For everything, you have to do a, okay, using a command. Okay, so can anyone tell me what are the operating system which supports command prompt? What are the operating system which supports command prompt? What are the operating system which supports command prompt? Very good. Okay. MS DOS Unix operating systems. Very good. Okay. DOS Unix. Very good. Okay. So these are the operating system which support only command prompt. Okay. So what do you mean by graphical user interface? Graphical user interface is nothing but these command prompts are replaced with, okay, using, okay, like icons, menus, etc. Okay. So that is called as an graphical user interface. Next one is hardware independence. So what do you mean by hardware independence? Okay, it's simple, like earlier operating systems used to be dependent on hardware configuration. That means depending on the hardware configuration, people used to write the program. Okay, but whereas the present operating system has an interface called as API. What is API? Application Program Interface. Now here the application developer need not write the programs multiple times. If he writes the program once, okay, irrespective of the hardware configuration, okay, it will run the program. That is called as hardware independence. Okay, so we have other, okay, like services like okay, network, I mean security, not application security, etc., that you can study from your notes. Okay, so we'll do one thing. Okay, so we'll stop it here. Okay, so we'll, okay, again take the next session, okay, like on next Sunday. Okay, so this is part one which we have completed because it we have so many other topics. Okay, so we'll do one thing. Okay, we'll take a break. Okay, and the next Sunday we'll cover the other half of the portion. Okay, are you fine with it? So if you have any specific doubts, you can ask me, okay, or else we'll conclude the session, okay. If you have any doubts, you can ask me, sir. We have another like 10 minutes. Concluding the class means you will be happy. uh, so if you have any questions, sir, you can ask me. So read up to here, okay, like complete the entire thing, okay. So in the meantime, okay, in this particular week, okay, I'll try to complete chapter 2, okay. The remaining concepts, those are all theory concepts, okay. I'll try to complete that also, okay. No sir, you will not be having class tomorrow, okay. I'll tell you, okay, because I'm not sure. I have to take chapter 2. I'll tell you when, okay, I'll be taking, okay. One day before I'll be announcing it. Chapter 2 this week I'll definitely take, but when, I'll let you know. Yeah, that is what, Ramu. Okay, chapter 2 definitions I'll take, but date etc. will, okay, I'll let you know. Okay, I'll just upload an notification. Flowcharts, flowcharts. Why do we require flowcharts, madam? You have already that video. Okay, you can watch anytime. Okay, so that you can do Sri Lata. Okay, so flowcharts, no, it will not be a part of this particular thing. No. So any other operational databases? Okay. So, okay, that's it for today. Okay, so we'll conclude today. So the rest of the topics will complete in the next session. That is on Sunday. Next Sunday, I'll not be posting anything directly. I'll come on Sunday. Okay. Anyways, okay, it's better for me to post because I need to post the time also. So we need another 4 hours or so. That will complete next Sunday. Okay. So thank you. Uh, hap- okay, I hope you are preparing well. Okay, so prepare well. So this time, okay, don't think that another time ICA will postpone the exams. No sir, okay. Whatever may happen, first write the exams and complete this particular thing, okay. But your safety is also important. So please ensure that you are using sanitizers and etc. uh, Case study answers I'll tell you in the next I'll tell you on Sunday, sir, okay. We have another case studies also, that also I'll try to include. So case study answers I'll be, okay. So first one I'll tell you, like first one is VPN, that's right. Okay, second one, okay, first one is VPN, okay. Second one, question I don't remember. Anyways, okay, we'll discuss it on the next Sunday, okay. So thank you very much, okay. So we'll meet on next Sunday. Timing I'll let you know, Navya, okay. I'll again post a notification in my channel so that you can log in during that particular time. CAS audit, okay, Venkatesh, okay. I need time, okay. So I'll definitely do it, but okay, let me come, I mean, let you first finish your exams, okay. So after that, definitely I'll do it, okay. So that I can do. Case study answers I'll tell you. Case study material, actually I have to prepare it, but I'm not finding time. Few I have prepared it, but only questions, not the solution. I have to again prepare the solutions, okay. So see, okay, I'll tell you one thing, okay. If you read my written notes, okay, written notes, I am sure that you can write any case study. Okay, there is no problem. Okay, so because I have ensured that all the concepts are properly presented. So if you read the written notes and if you hear the videos properly without jumping,